So the main thing I'm interested in for this ego is, well, it kind of just looks really good, right? Like it rolls a 20, but you can get it to roll a 28, which I mean is fine. I don't think you're really using it for the clashing, at least like not immediately. Well, you probably are actually. It's quite a lot of, yeah, I mean that clash is like reasonably high. I think the good thing about it is, you know, this, because it just means you're spending three, yeah, you're spending three pride on this, and that kind of just sounds good, right? Like if you're playing Blade Lineage, you have like a extreme surplus of this resource, right? So you're kind of getting this for free, and then obviously the sanity cost is, yeah, 5 sanity cost on the first use, which is it's just a free use of an ego. You're pretty much gonna send this on turn two like every time, which is yeah, I mean it kind of just sounds good. The damage here is, I mean that's a lot of damage, I think, right? 16 plus 20, which is, yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. Some attack weight, feeding poise, but honestly, I feel like Blade Lineage has a surplus of poise at this point, so I'm not really sure that matters that much. For the Blade Lineage identities that have the lowest HP, I wasn't expecting this to have an SP heal for sure, but I mean, hey, more SP support, right? Why not? And then 4 bleed, 2 bleed can't, sure. And obviously, honestly, I don't think the corrosion matters that much. I'm actually not sure you're going to press this corrosion in like realistic cases. But I mean, it looks like it does a lot, right? This is a. Mm, actually, I don't know. Basement minus one, one slash fragility. The final coin gains 2 power on each coin, so it's like 6 on here. 19, 200% damage, but this already has 200% damage. It's a negative coin, 4 coins, 3 attack weight. It seems kinda good, but yeah. I mean, we'll see how it is. I'm not really the best at doing like mental math for like Limbus stuff, honestly. And this is obviously good for like MD. And the 2 bleed, I mean, hey, 2 bleed is 2 bleed, right? An ally has feared, gain 1 drink to the fallen, next turn drink to the fallen. Poise up, more poise. Wait, this is poise, more poise for Blade in the ISHMAEL. So damage on crit, clash power up. Honestly, I only care about the clash power up. I feel like we are like overdosing on poise in this team, but hey. And then min max speed +2. I mean, that's nice. On hit, heal HP by 10% of the damage dealt. Can heal up to 50% of the units. Okay, whatever. I think we're gonna need like Yearning Makala up tie 5 to have something like this for Manager Dawn at some point. But yeah, this is like kind of ridiculous. Um, an ally takes HP damage, growing resentment equal to the damage taken. In memoriam passive now ignores hype and aura from Mr. Utopica. How funny. I should probably ask whether like this stream quality is fine because I definitely just like booted up multi-stream with no knowledge of how any of this works, and I'm just like, okay, sure, it's probably just gonna work fine. But I mean, I think my upload speed is good enough. It should probably be fine. Audio needs some tinkering. I think I just need a better mic, honestly. I'm like speaking into a headset mic with yeah, honestly, this whole content thing is kind of just a I just sent it randomly, and then I mean, apparently people like watching my videos, so I was like, okay, sure, I'll just do some more stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'll probably end up getting a mic that's actually good instead of speaking into my Hyper X2 or whatever this is. So 1080p 60. I mean, that seems fine. Mm. Actually, I am getting a thing from YouTube that's telling me my audio bitrate is set to 0, which I have no clue what that's about. I'm not a streamer, so I'll probably end up looking into like why that is on YouTube because I'm sure that I don't have my audio bitrate set to 0, but who knows? Mm, okay, sure. Um, yeah, I mean this is obviously just good, right? 6 final power. I don't know if game audio is on, but if it is, we can't hear it. That is very interesting. Uh, let's see. Let's do this, and then let's do this. Can you hear it now? We back? Okay, that's great. Cool. Alright, how many other streamer things do I need to actually look at here? Um, honestly, I'm sure this is fine. The mic's gonna be varying levels of scuffed for, I mean, until I get an actual mic that isn't a headset mic, but I mean, it'll do for my purposes. The in memoriam passive now ignores conditionals and activates at max potential. I actually don't remember what that does, but I'll probably go look at it after this. And activating Pride Resonance applies sword play of the helmet at the true essence, which is this final power based on late lineage IDs on the field can be up to 2. I feel like this Blade Lineage team just has like an excessive amount of extra buffs and effects, and I've completely lost track of like what they're actually getting. I feel like it's like 5 more like final power on like everyone, but hey, sure. A bunch more poise and self sword play, I think. Okay, sure. Amazing. And it says gain 1 haste next turn instead. Okay, sure. Cool. And how this actually works is when it takes damage that brings its HP down to 0, drink to the fallen times 25. So that's up. Well, that can be a 100% heal, hypothetically. And then it expires. Alright, sure. And also when staggered, recover from stagger. Sure. I guess, man. Cool. Anyway, the one that I'm actually interested in is LCD ISHMAEL because like this is the coolest thing ever, right? So I actually did look at this one before, and I think that the main thing that it's gonna be is if you look at this at skill end, she gains this for every poise potency. Every 3 poise potency is 1 of this, up to a maximum of 5, but she can only gain 10 of this per turn. She actually only needs 15 of it to activate the enhanced skill 3, right? Or the skill 3 too. And it should actually, from what I'm looking at, it should be pretty reasonable to get this like every other turn, right? Because she costs at least 2 skills a turn if you use her god. I guess that kind of balances it out. Yes, that kind of balances it out, right? Because if she has to use her god in order to do a skill but there's a 5-coin skill, so it's like, yeah, she does it like a lot, a lot. And like the conditional is 5 plus haste, but if you, I think the only way that she doesn't have 5 haste is if you did a skill 1 last turn, because this gives, where is it? This gives 2 haste, but it's only on crit, so you need to build up the poise for it, but she's a blade lineage, I think she's gonna have the poise for it. And then this also gives 2 haste, and then this gives haste on each skill that you use, so that's 3 haste, hypothetically. And then this has haste for every 5 stacks, so it's pretty trivial to have 5 stacks on the turn that you do this, unless you use the skill 1 the previous turn. So I feel like, she's just always gonna have it, which is amazing. And then obviously, like, assist defense is just good. Like, really nice, convenient effect to have. Like, basically every encounter, so. Cool. Anyway, onto the more important things. Oh yeah, I don't care about Honglu. Its kit is like, it does nothing for me, so. I mean, he has a thing, he applies the thing, it puts fake bind on them, and then he gets some buffs. Cool. He inflicts bleed, I guess. Whatever. Anyway. My luck in Limbus strikes again. Amazing. It's so free, it really is. My pull luck in Limbus is actually out of control. Like, this account is purely because I keep on doing that. Like, I've done that so many times in like the past 6 months. I didn't get it, but I did get ego. Should I pull for the ego? I don't think I care about this ego that much. Yeah, I don't think I care about the ego. It's cool, but I can live a week without it. Alright, let me outside her. Oh god, this team is from when I started playing Limbus, I'm pretty sure. Well, plus these two. Oh, why is she here? I have no clue what's going on. The way he moves off the ego is genuinely crazy. Yeah, I can imagine he gets some numbers, to say the least. Alright, let's read this.
비에 씻겨도 검결은 흐려지지 않았으니 본위대로 맡은 바를 다할 뿐. LCD
The other team in the LCD, the Phenomena Deciphering team, gave me a set of prosthetic arms today. These Tokebi arms, that's what they call them, I believe, feel just like my real arms. I was born with them. Must have cost them a fortune to get me something this fine. I suppose this is one. This is one more I am in their debt, which I intend to pay them back in gratitude. They've been telling me things to make me feel better. This is the bare minimum you will need to work on the on-site investigation team. Or hey, extortions aren't going to go easy on you just because you're missing an arm. Fair enough. I know they mean well. They're just trying to make sure I don't owe them anything. But if I'm being honest, I still feel like I haven't done nearly enough to repay their kindness. Honestly, I feel like IX-2 is I mean, I feel like she's done more than enough. She like lost both arms fighting for them, so I think she did pretty well for herself. For all the years I devoted myself to the blade age, I live prepared to let a blade bite into my flesh if it meant seizing an opportunity to cleave through the bones of my enemies. Oh my god, she said the thing. Because that is how a Salsu must carry herself, as the saying goes. When tremors ran through my sword hand, I would not still them before raising the blade. When my arms grew heavy as that from exhaustion, I would swing through that weight. I knew no other way to make use of myself. That was who I was. And now, somehow, that same person now spends her days drowning in paperwork. Yeah, I mean, this is like not a good look, I must say. I'm doing all I can to learn everything about everything that happened, about the accursed artifact they call monolith, and that wretched form you had been reduced to, what they call a distortion phenomenon. My whole life, I've never had so much as a passing interest in anything that wasn't the blade. So taking in all this knowledge to learn about things beyond the steel feels quite unfamiliar to me. It's not so easy to learn new things when you don't even understand half the words you're reading in a paper, or what strange contraption the jargon is referring to for that matter. The same document that other people seem to understand after just a quick skim, I've had to reread over and over before its content finally sank in. Yeah, I mean, she's just like me for real. Then there were times I'd had to ask for the same explanation twice, 3 times, even while others had already understood the material and moved on. But I don't think I hate this feeling. Learning something new every day, feeling my eyes slowly opening to a world I never knew, is more exciting than I thought. I only wish I had learned sooner that there are ways to view the world through a wider lens, not just what was reflected on my narrow blade. How does one's heart fall apart? How does that fractured heart surface and take physical form? And once we've learned that, how do we prevent it from happening? Or if it has already happened, how do we bring the subjects back from that? What records do we want to keep? What are the signs and things we must watch out for? These are all things I would have never learned if I never unclasped my hand from the handle of my blade. Maybe that's why I feel like I can't relate to the maxim as how a Salsu must carry herself as much as I used to. Of course, I don't mean to say I've grown ashamed of it. Because I am still fond of wielding my blade, and I will not hesitate to cut down what must be cut down. It's just that I am learning little by little that not every answer has to begin with unsheathing my sword. Oh my god, character development. And I've learned to face what remains when a blade has been wielded. And another thing. As you must be well aware yourself, most fellows here at the LCD are kind folk. I suppose I should admit their kindness made me uncomfortable at first. I'd never been shown goodwill that asked for nothing in return, and so every thoughtful word and gesture of kindness felt like one more debt settling on my shoulders. But with time I came to understand something, that there are people who will gladly give me the time of day, offer their seats without making anything of it, and explain things I don't understand without irritation, people who tell me to rest when I look exhausted. The nights I'd fallen asleep in the elements, with the starry night sky as my roof and dirt beneath me as my bedding, are starting to fade beyond the veil of memories. The days where I'd crawl under strangers' eaves when it rained, the days where we'd be mired in endless strife against the black clouds, they seem so distant now. For months now, I've been waking up in a cushy bed that sinks softly when I lie on it. I haven't gone a single day these past few months uncertain of where my next meal would come from, or if I'd even have enough water to wash the day's grime off. If I have any worries these days, they're concerns I would have called a luxury back in the day. Now frivolous questions like what drink do I want to get today, as I make my way to the office. I still can't decide if this is the kind of lifestyle that suits me. But if the team can tolerate my presence here for a bit longer, I intend to remain until I can find my own direction in life. The day might come where I decide this path isn't for me and choose to leave. But by then, I hope I'll have become someone who has learned to grasp a better sense of the road ahead. But I don't suppose you'll be changing anytime soon, Mentor. You'll still wander off on your own without telling anyone, or retreat to your room and shut yourself away for days. Yes, I know well enough that the path to recovery is an arduous one. Wounds of the heart are unlike wounds of the flesh after all. You can't simply stitch them shut, salve them with ointment, or expect everything to be alright. But at the very least, I'd like you to remember this. The Blade lineage is no more, but you and I, Mentor, survived. And the living have their own responsibilities they must see to. Whichever journey you embark on, whether you choose to take up the Blade again, abandon it forever, fulfill your responsibilities to the Blade lineage, or return to Escort, never lose sight of what you must do, never lose sight of where your heart really wishes to go. Junior, you still writing? It's for that hat guy, right? Well, it is. But I guess I still had a lot on my mind I wanted to tell him. Who is this? Oh my god. So how are you feeling about today? Got the butterflies, no anxiety attacks. It's your first real mission with those spanking new arms. A bit anxious, yeah, but I'm not afraid. I couldn't feel any better. Gotcha, Junior. I trust you to have my back then. Team leader's already pinpointed the inflection point, so all you gotta do is cut. Just cut right through that part. Understood. Oh my god, it's so auraful. It's like the best thing I've ever seen. Alright. Limbus Company OSIR team. I actually wonder what this stands for. Distortion Specialist ISHMAEL. Commencing mission. That was a really, really good update story, actually. I feel like one of the best things about this, kind of like the progression of Limbus, is that the update stories have gotten so much more detailed. I feel like they tell us like so much about the character that they didn't used to. Alright, my thread situation is not the best, but it'll be fine. Alright. Now, we're gonna have to, I don't know if this one's happening. I think I'm just gonna put her in, yeah, I think this will work fine. I'll do this. Reading a launch update story is so jarring these days. Yeah, they kind of just end, right? Like, after like, you read a little bit and then, that's it. The story's over. Honestly, I probably should put her in a team that has like some suitable amount of pride. This is fine. You are not fine. You are also not fine. Yeah, bro, I love swinging my sword. Yeah, it just ends. You're probably fine. I guess I'll do this. And I think I have I mean, I could use you. Even though it's like kinda ugly. Actually, I don't think I actually want to do that. I think I'd prefer to use you. Yeah, this seems fine. I don't think I want you though. I think. Yeah, probably go for this. And then you can go to you. Yeah, this team is like suitable levels of nonsense. I didn't update for you, but you kinda don't need it. Alright, sure. This seems fine. I mean, the issue is that I can't actually activate her blade lineage related, like any of this stuff. It's fine. Honestly, I want to pull for Kim and then up him to up type 4. And I guess I could do that. Okay, here's the real question actually. What does the ego look like at up type 3? Because I'm not up type 4 in the ego. Wait, I don't think the ego passive changes out type 4. Any ego type passives change out type 4? Family is everything, kiddo. Now check this out. The child then unsheathed her sword and it just ends. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just like what I'd expect. Honestly, yeah, there's barely any difference between the upties. So I'm gonna just, yeah, I have more than enough currency. I'll be fine.
망을 참음 숨을 거두라.
Amazing. Alright, now I can actually play the video game. Okay, what actually is the difference here? The difference is the damage, yeah, but I'm not using this for the damage, so. My threat situation is so poor. It's like unbelievable how bad it is, but it's okay. Okay. Now this is a sufficiently horrible team. Alright. One sec before I start actually. Yeah, that's probably fine. Now, I am honestly not much of a reader, so I'm going to minimize the amount of reading that I do, and I will instead mumble in vaguely like the same rhythm as the words. So, wait, for this one, we should go about it like teh. Me, I'm Mr. Game, not Mr. Read. That's like honestly, I do really like the writing. I just don't read out loud, honestly. But, wait. This been in the bang up for too long. I should put it back in there. Dante. Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you observed no observable response. The sinner's combat performance deteriorating before. This is an interesting question to ask, I must say. Things aren't that bad, but it's hard to focus on one conversation on trying to support battles happening in... Oh, I see. This is about the what is it called again? I completely forgot. Malkuth, I think. On top of that, Roger's shopping chat is starting to get a little distracting. Okay, yeah, it's definitely that. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but soldiers studies started cropping all over the area of Butter Street, by the way, without any coherent pattern, no obvious sign of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that. I had no choice but to split sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Isang, and Masson was on their way to... I'm actually really curious how they'll adapt Malkuth as an actual ability we can use in gameplay. It's such a plot tool right now. Yeah, I have no clue what... Like, I guess it's technically already been adapted in gameplay, because it's like for the... like for the fights that where not everyone was present, it's like technically been adapted in gameplay, but I don't know how they're gonna adapt it for like the actual Durant button, right? But the Duranti, or however you pronounce it. Yeah. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hongley were suppressing distortions that show up from other directions. Great plot tool though. Yeah, I mean it lets things actually play out in different locations, which is kind of a good thing, probably. With our onboard stock straight down to the bottom, Roger and Ryoshi who were done with their ship suppression work were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off. I thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. Sure. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It's true that Faust on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust, however those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I wonder where Faust's development is actually gonna go with regard to the Gazelle Shaft, because yeah, it's interesting that they're having her do a consultation with Dante. Like, how? Okay, sure. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but I think it's also interesting because, like, we haven't had many situations where, like, the consultation comes up as, like, an actual result of, like, for example, after, like, Dawn had her whole thing in, like, Kanto 7, that wasn't really, like, a Dawn consultation or anything like that. So it's, like, quite interesting that they're actually using this now. I feel like the last time the consultations felt like they were actually consequential was, like, a while ago. They get to let Dante watch all listeners like his big brother. Most definitely. This was not the first time Faust had seen unlike herself. There have been times before where she spent far longer than usual lost in thought. Moments where she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be? I actually always like seeing them, presuming that in world he just does them regularly. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's something that obviously does happen off screen, but we don't really get to see it. So it's nice to actually see it as a result of something that happened. Somebody is typing words from a different language in my chat. Most definitely. Could it be you can't access the Gazelle Shaft? It would be so interesting if this was actually the case. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a whole lot like you did back on the warp train. I think like the more likely thing is that she's not using it for some reason, rather than she can't use it. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right, you really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it might as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Yeah, she's definitely salty about the new name. I would be too, so completely understandable, honestly. Reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events, it would appear that your memories concerning the... Yeah, I can't say I remember either of these two. Currently remain only with you. As such, should the influence of Ryoshi to... Okay, sure. I mean, this makes sense. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously, if we have one of our people just erasing everyone from existence whenever they're a problem. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? Yeah, it has been a few times now. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure, Araya Shiki, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head still showed no signs of returning. Why won't my old memories come back? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories. Inductive reasoning, conducted from memories with gaps after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Sure. Okay. Yes, Bongi. Perceiving feed and increasing body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the head of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Faust, what are you talking about? Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of, oh god, at the terminus of your entire journey. That is your allotted mission. Okay. So, this is another, reference to the flow, I imagine. She's just saying you'll figure it out at the end, because that's how it's written. Which, I mean, fair enough. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, huh? Sure. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Indeed, at the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. Has she said this to him since he... Actually, yeah, she said this in the prologue, right? Like, after he lost his memories? Because, like, that was what he was, like, trying to do, like, at the very start. And then... I don't know if Dante actually remembers it as, like, being their goal. I still have no exactly what aspect actually means or even whether it's an option, but I know one thing. It's that the me from before all this began wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. Okay, yeah. So Dante, like, definitely knows that it's something that's important to them, but they just don't know what it is. Yeah, we haven't mentioned the aspect since, like, the very, very start of the game, pretty much. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, doesn't change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. Yeah. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. So basically, once it comes up, she can say it, but because it hasn't come up, she can't say it, I guess. We're gonna go back to that random forest so Dante can engrave that? I mean, maybe. I don't know why he was in a random forest, but truly many mysteries to resolve here. Pay it no mind, you are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, if you're going custom to incomplete power, you have a right to arrive at that level. Keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. It's shopping, non-engaging battle, taking the mind off them would prove much easier. But still wouldn't give me much needed practice, something I best keep my eye on every single status. Substantial tactical that you should be able to custom wider when information gathering. You see unavailable tactical patterns. What is about that? I don't see any injuries. This team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. Right away, issue this stuff. Amazing. Stuff all the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets. How did she manage that with a huge baguette? She has one of those bag of holdings. She just like has an infinite pocket that she fills with baguettes. You know, it's this group. It looks like, oh, what's happening to my screen? Dante, please. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, that guy over there must be. Hang on. Oh, I see. It's meant to symbolize he was tuning out of this room and into the other places. Doesn't do that scene before, but he seems different than what I remember. Could you specify the issue? Should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. If this incident is of a serious stage of perhaps a request for support from the LCC, no, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Sure. She's using her Devia ID for shopping. I would too, honestly. Rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Notices command calls have been working out well. Managed to hold the line better than expected. Starting to feel the strain. Are you waving your hand all this at arm and hand signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? I like this background. It's very, I don't know, I just like it. It just looks aesthetically pleasing. Don't know. It's scatter. Okay. Alright, cool. That was close, we almost got flattened. The background art is always so gorgeous. Yeah, I agree. For like, I think especially Canto 8, like with the, like the really like tall buildings. I don't know what I would call them. But like there was one CG of like all the like the really tall buildings, like the high-rise stuff. That was like, I actually think that's like my favorite CG. Like, it looks really good. Even rookies with nothing but recognize the hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Oh god. The flourish of a single hand. We didn't make most of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly clenching and unclenching the hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. So true, honestly. I think that will be only, that will be the person, of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. Realistically speaking, did you expect ordinary? Yeah, I mean, Otis kinda all the operations you guys have been deployed under my lead, you're still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I mean, it has been a while, so fair enough. I don't even think Dante would know the signals. Might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let's appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Oates' direction. We should disperse and withdraw. Where I'm from, everyone is military trained. I mean, that might be true. So, fair enough. Megaton landing, by the way. Okay. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Glass shattering sound effects. Are you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. I should start saying this. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. I need an Ezra ID like yesterday, and like basically the entire distortion detective crew. I need an ID like now for for all of them. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized all of the last of the distortion outside the building. Means you're coming to distorted peeps' faces and clothes. Face is segmented, makes my skin crawl not a pleasant sight. This one appears to be a sweeper. Hmm? Are you an Ezra Dawn or an Ezra Roger believer? I mean, it just... Honestly, I'm not sure. I think there are good arguments for either. I think both would be really good. I guess I would prefer Ezra Dawn to Ezra Rodia, I think. But both would be good. Oh, but Ezra Rodia would be really cool. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. This distortion I landed on probably a local resident. Did any of you happen to see anything bursting nearby with a big pop and flash? Hey, not once. Nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. It's not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand. Did nobody brief you? This is often the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Honestly, this is so relatable. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things, no big deal. I explained everything once we're upstairs. By the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time. Only our new girl, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, is here. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. I believe Mr. IX-2 stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. This has so much aura, it's like unbelievable. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's like that fuels the aura beam. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm trickle of sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight, because unlike this, there is more to this. Bro, why did he say that again? This is not sunlight, because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeball. He had to say it again because the other time doesn't exist anymore. That is hilarious, I must say. That is actually true and it's so funny, but it is what it is. Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. It's my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy around the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I don't afford a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. The esteemed leader of the Blade lineage. You have to dress up like that. I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. That's the switch. Excuse me? What is going on my screen right now? Okay. This is like a generational aura loss. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you folks. What am I witnessing right now? What is this? What the... What? Okay, sure. Sure, cool. So, first impressions are prone to change. It's a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That was while he was distorted. His original personality might be somewhat different, but it's not just somewhat. Isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. Fire on your head's not hard or fascinating stuff. It's so wrong, like. Okay, sure. Can we check again? This is the sullen, serious man who we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you guys, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo Hat Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. You just what we've been telling people out there about me. They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you were a gallant and formidable warrior. A faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. You were a man of few words. Well, I mean, this one was just a lie, but with much affection for followers under your command. IX-2. Yes, mentor. Complete and utter lie. Yeah, I mean, most definitely. Your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined. Fair enough. You're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. No matter who one may be, his signs by either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter to even hint at something that might tarnish the reputation I must have. Yeah. Fair enough, man. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own faults. How many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes. Yeah, I mean... Notice, please. Saying that by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into open air and touchable fields of grass, cleareth the soul of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider-Fire. We have to account for your absence in the mission. Every word flat and hard, as always she was not after that with a guard down. That one. So turn towards Otis. Though his hand was still on my head. Some disconnecting expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. You get what I mean? He's like a Gintama character. Real disconnect between stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. But the kind of fellow I am. To meet the resident mayor, I was forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot who's apparently been promoting me as... Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. This is like the greatest aura reversal I've ever seen in my life, if I'm being honest with you. Why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? They probably forced you to stay. Distortions then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource. The other day they were again on about what's his name, Golden Bow. They invited me on a tour to another department, listening on some important presentation. So it'd be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. And I have commitments to choose signs brighter than the sun. Attitude so dazzling I have to squint when I'm looking at you. That's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. It's like exceptionally rizzy. You mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Here's that nonchalant Bob aura? He really does. He's like... Bro, this face. Yeah, it's a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor. Sunglasses would suit him so well. That's why I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You have to save up everything in your piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me, I shall cover the cost myself. This is like becoming like my favorite pair of characters. Honestly, the LCD in general is kind of just like becoming the most goated group. No can do. Wait, what? Reagan Arataka aura? He really does have that, like... He's just like a mentor that's like actually above. It's like, it's great. I possess neither the wisdom nor knowledge to navigate in the silver tongue merchants and the maze of stalls, so I must beg this favor of you. Yeah. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. I'll get you what you want. Alright. You heard the gentle lady. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. IX-2 is such an interesting character. Okay. It was a strange it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. I was gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed in debt to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Yeah. It's fine, bro. She has like cool arms now. She's like half cyborg. Ingu's brand new prosthetic arms. Lost both her arms. Ezra asking her to sit tight and she was the prosthetic she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now in that sword. His arms fitted as the operation was concluded. But the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, she held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm and rattled, unfolding before falling back into place. She really is a cyborg now. Amazing. I feel like prosthetics are very, I don't know. I don't remember, but I don't think we've had, like, she has, like, jet, like, powered arms, basically. She just has jet-powered arms. I don't know if we've seen that before. Wed to the machine. Wed to the machine articulation is like such an interesting sentence. Prosthetics feel shockingly underrepresented? Yeah, I agree. Like, we know that, quote unquote, everyone has prosthetics basically, but it's like, they don't feel like they, well, no, everyone has augments, but prosthetics are like much rarer. And the prosthetics that we have seen are kind of just like, for example, Kanto 3 prosthetics were like, okay, why would anyone ever do this? But this one is like a cool prosthetic though. It's like, she's like, the dude from One Punch Man, like the cyborg guy. Holding up this prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Oh yeah, Siegfried had them too, actually. But I feel like, I actually don't remember what Siegfried's looked like, or if they even looked like anything in particular. Now that trademark action. How do you know this? Well, I guess actually it would make sense that he knows this, given, you know. But I thought that model was discontinued. Prototypes by the LCD's Phenomena deciphering team. They put on her for a trial. Need to have prosthetics or augments, but we barely see the latter, I assume you mean? Yeah, we barely see the lad. Well, yeah, we barely see prosthetics as like for actual like combatant people. It's kind of just like all augments. They're based on technology spun from distortions. That's interesting. As if he did something that brought him back to a memory. Just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching his chest. Something trouble you lost to sink there. Struck the tender memory splitting Aaron might cast a shadow over his face. Yeah, I mean, our boy is traumatized. This reminded me of something from a long time ago. It was like, it wasn't that long ago, bro. My dad used to wear prosthetics before he passed away. This was the same model I saw back then. I stirred a painful memory. I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. It was the firmness that had not been there before. It really had grown a great deal. You know, the sword I was there with that any blade could serve as the weapon would suffice. Never type of sword I could ever hope to see in his life in the workshop street. We worked 4 hours, by the way. Shopping trips that are longer than 1 hour are too long. Crouched in the corner, just rummaging for things. Bro, what is wrong with him? What? They didn't address it? He just said anyway. Whoa, these things. Sick that she has a workshop blade. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Strokes and cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it could be used as a photo studio. That could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. This thing looks like a camera at least. And turned over in his head, studying with curiosity. The battery, maybe? There's a film strip inside of it. Then we just pull it out. As if she'd realized something. But Maso's hand shroud before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the ship could even be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled out a little bit though. You can peek around, carefully rotate the red section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section, damages of no concern. How efficient. Okay, cool. Sinclair's hand seems to be a film roll. Experiment number 4 for film camera. To have handled one before. Yes. Without further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that the first timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Must have been particularly to falsify. They were used to contain intelligence during secret operations, from what I've heard. Okay. Shouldn't have more that caught her attention. We've managed to regroup in one piece. Come up with a plan to deal with those distortions. To return to her usually bubbly self and steer the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I were both still trying to free on the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. I hope we do explore like the LCD team. Hi there, hope you're doing well. I am doing very well on this fine day. I got IX-2 in my first 10 pull, which was amazing, I must say. I hope you're doing well as well, Monsieur Cuckoo91. Maybe carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? I must say, I love how Yisang speaks. Like, I want to speak like this someday. Have we cleaned up the distortion already? Couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. Didn't feel like any of the other Sinner teams were directly actively engaged in battle anywhere at the moment. Well, engaged in battle at the moment. Dante is asking whether the distortion has not, in fact, already been concluded. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in distortion, they didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gone close to the distortion's inflection point. Interesting. Inflection point. Yeah, this is new terminology. What? Actually, maybe they explain it in Distortion Detective, and I just forgot. Without the teaming, it's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. I've been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. You're referring to the point of the graph, but its directionality. Moses, how do you know this? Well educated. Calling to mind the present context, it may be less a mathematical term, more a specialized polyseme, referring to the point at which a distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which the inflection of the mind occurs. Yeah, it's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about, so in our department we use that term to mean the source of distortion, the inflector, or the cause behind it, stuff like that. Distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface what you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion is never getting solved. So I guess you guys never really had to look for that stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens up a door to their fathoms or whatever, right? Yeah, that's true. The Dungeon of the Fathoms. That's the one. Distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. You guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there. And I was jealous when I heard about that. I almost bit my sleeve off. It's about the foe was vanquished, as we all do. Was that not so? Would anyone come with us with the distortion to sit the rational best if it were that simple in the first place? Yeah, I mean that's true, honestly. Like, the department wouldn't exist if you could just fight distortions, because there are many people who could just fight, so keeps trying brute force approaches first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detectives forces. I mean, the detective's office. I mean, the client this time must have been all chipped in to commission all sorts of agencies, like that's why combat specialized fix officers, but none of them could actually do things right. Their job got passed on to us. Fair. Meaning, distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Interesting. So we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Gaze down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neatly ash gray suits, and the logo of the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Isn't that N Corp's logo? Oh no. Come to think of it, wasn't Maso? Yeah, he was an N Corp. Maybe you can offer us some insight. Do you know who those guys are? By the way, I create custom designs for gamers and streamers to help their channels stand out. To check out? Yeah, sure. I mean, just post. Well, I don't know about my Twitch stream setup, but I'm sure there are no filters or anything, so you can probably just post it in the chat, and I'll check it out. Yes, manager. These are NCorp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinframe team of service there. Klaus? Sure. The silver side of the information is that we were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of his mind. Back of the feels like a bought advertisement, bro. I mean, oh god, account created 1 hour ago? Yeah, I mean, perhaps. Well, so, placed in the back of the shelf of his mind. Okay, Pinframe team, anything you can tell us about them? Yes. Okay. It is one of NCorp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of NCorp's internal information, analysis of NCorp's internal intelligence, and the sorting of arrangement of NCorp's internal information and okay, well, I mean, sure. That's enough. borrow him sometimes. If you went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia, everyone agrees he's an encyclopedia. I mean, yeah. Anyway, encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. Why are people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Possible range of connection between two pieces of information is exceedingly broad, listing every relevant reason as to why they might have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. The unspoken, is this dude always like this? Yeah, I mean, he is always like this. Aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. From an objective point of view. Osmar noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Masso's eyes widened, his gaze fixing on me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, there is no such thing as an objective point of view. That is it's gonna be the thesis of his canto. It's like quite an interesting thing to That still makes sense because it's what was it? His canto name? It's the gaze bearing or something like that. Bad salt? Yeah. He's bad salty, I must say. Manager. And a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment weights infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I mean, no lie spotted. Part of it was because Masso's reaction caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether that response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. To understand who he is as much as I can. I don't know when I'll get another chance to really know him if I brush this off with a, oh, I see, my bad as usual. Yeah. Yes, manager. Interesting, interesting. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets, collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. So either retrieval of yeah, I remember that. They can't like record things in N-Corp for reasons. These people could be taboo hunters. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation. So your N-Corp staff. What are you looking for in their pockets? See before and gifted beyond discerning truth from what lies before with a single glance. Yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. There's an employee card. Okay, and this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. And read its contents out loud. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place, which means... Well, this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Now that you mention it, that whole pop and change thing happened, it feel kind of like a camera flash. Start by combing through this place, let me know if you find anything suspicious. Alright, she's been waiting since, when? Time Killing Time? Which one was that? Was that after Canto 6? I think it was between Canto 6 and Canto 7. Like, T-Corp, no idea where she's been keeping them. The detective prof said, why does she have these? I had foreseen that this day would come. I'm sure you did. A sharp dressing up from her was enough to make our dejected, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. She had the whole costume, by the way. Okay, cool. Okay, we should get moving too. I quite like that one. Oh my god, we're fighting stuff. Oh right, my anchor fell in. It's fine. The community discourse about Kim has been so good. What do people think about it? Are they like are they happy that his aura got like completely denied, or
부름이라면 부름이라면
의로움을
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서지요.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은
the two
이것으로.
parties? Okay, people are arguing about whether he was better with or without aura. I mean, I kind of prefer this too, because like, I don't know, I think it's just like a good subversion of expectations, right? Because there wasn't really that much of a reason to believe that he did have like a certain personality, because it's not like we ever really like speak to him properly. But I don't know what his key page says. More arguing if he has or hasn't lost his aura. Okay, I guess that's fair enough. There's like a certain but I mean, it depends what he does for like the rest of this Intervallo, but there is a certain charm or like aura to like being. It's like Gintama, right? Like I haven't actually watched much of Gintama, but it's like very much that lazy samurai kind of deal, and like that's also really cool. So yeah, while ripping through the photo evidence, nobody found any decisive evidence. Pictures of the buildings looking at that. No arena evidence here that can has a proper clue. Other that all are empty plastic containers, then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll. Oh, right, no way to develop the film. What do you think of this object? For the 8th time, I have no idea. The Royal Examinations? Hasn't you already passed the... A sword does not retrace it. Interesting. I wonder what he's talking about here. So wait, like he probably passed this but then denied the position? I don't remember if something like this had been discussed before. I think they mentioned that like he could have like had a job like guarding like the higher up person in like S-Corp or something like that, but I don't really remember exactly what it was about. Yeah, there's no one doing what's already been cut. Plus it's unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Oh my god, Araya Shiki mentioned. Not for you, Mentor. Ought to you not to dwell on what can no longer be undone. I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. But you are placed in a position to retrace the past. This is a crazy thing to drop. Each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. I feel a stabbing pain in okay. The very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The moment you thought you were only poking you with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that what? You said it was completely healed and I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words had been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Is that so? Furiously writing something down. What's this? I have wrote down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, then perhaps reading them instead will cause no suffering. This is a fire thing to do, by the way. Don't say that's lame. You're supposed to have a mountain of unpaid bar debt. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It fits his personality perfectly. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. If only whistled that dignity and forbearance IX-2 said he had. Young IX-2. Honestly, felt that way about it. Speak freely. A discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to others of who I serve, often ornament my words with notation to an acceptable degree. And yet, IX-2 is so funny in this Intervallo. Yeah, this is I already liked her before this, but this is it's kinda peaking. I won't lie. She's like rapidly ascending up my list of favorite characters. I understand your concern. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. When I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. And I've never once uttered a falsehood when I've spoken to you. Well, I mean, I've uttered some falsehood. With blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, and even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly. Just left a few things out. Yeah, just a couple of things that might have been slightly important. Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity to you may witness my mentor's true self, yourself someday. That is to say, if we lost us be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such chance. Hindu gave her a prosthetic arm of casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though he truly believed every word she said. Leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, unless I speed with this feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Is hilarious. Okay, sure. Thou hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Oh. Just as I witnessed the budding of this particular bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Class 2? It appears that the advanced party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Did you say there was only a single violator? Oh. Whatever excuses we come up with, this is not gonna go well. Anything happened last time? We had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden, oh, a sudden flash blinded my vision. Why can this even happen to Dante? It's the way I straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. And that was the same pop and soft murmur as her breathing hushed. Excuse me? To realize what's happening, seeing again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say? Oh, maybe it's like bringing... What, like, it brought up, like, their memories or something like that? It looks much the same to me. This place. You just get teleported to Escort. No. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence I haven't been able to detect until just now. But somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent, coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathed, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There were 3 different distortions where the employees were just a moment ago. It's exactly what I was trying to explain. Well, this is quite uncanny, I must say. People in smart suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dope robes were approaching us, dragging uneasy steps. Fight first, talk later. I am afraid he has already taken his leave. Oh god. He had said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chuno-kuns of the Escort twice. Again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Isn't time to be asking trivial questions. Just do Ezra says and get ready for battle. Prepare for battle. Okay. Limbus company special. Why is it green? I mean, this is just like exactly the same as the outside looks no different than the you might find, but this particular segment receiving technology in this company. I wonder what that could be. The Element's prototype was provided by A. That's on the distortion was not to transferring it to simple speculation and not to have fed into body enhancements. Yeah, this is... Well, she doesn't have this one, so that's... But the rest of this seems like very, yeah. Okay, what's up, this... Yeah, I mean, this is just the same as it was before. Alright, is this a... No, it's a focus down to... Alright. What do you do? When our speed is faster, but to a break forward. skills. Inflict 3 bind. Okay, I see that inflicting bind is probably going to be what they do. And then there are these ones who are the incapacitated ones. Plus 1 beat down. Sure. Gain 1 headspace memory, gain bind, gain flash power up based on the turn counts. Alright. Expires at turn end, but you gain a clash lose. That's interesting. Cover the eyes is not blind, it's fabrics. Effect focusing clarity of flashing any forms. Headbands, commonly throughout the East, it's not unusual to see fixed employees and seasons come down. Sunglasses, fighters, combat etc. They scan the target's information in real time, or mirrors vision, diagnosis of information visual. They are fancy visors. Same thing. The Royal Sensors and the Chunakuns. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Sensors generally operate alone, moving undercovers to pursue those who have broken the taboo of Salpipio. Much like fixed officers from that to no rank. Unknown of brand is bestowed upon the band hunts its mark in a manner preferred by the band. The hunt for the Novi knows neither of honor nor dignity. Alright. Oh? What? Excuse me? Okay, that is gonna be a problem. Can they inflict it with that? No, they're not inflicting it with it. Bind a times 20% chance to inflict this. So if the target is staggered in, oh god. This is I see that they are experimenting. Alright, sure. That's fine. I think I want that. I kind of want to do this, I think. And then go. Oh wait, if I do this, who's gonna get their assist defense? Is it based on deployment order? Yeah, it's probably based on deployment order. This is actually probably fine. Actually, maybe it's not fine. That's probably better. Then you can do that. You can do that, and you do that. Boom.
포위만 구축.
Wait, I forget to probably forgot to put the one go. Honglu and get all that? Yeah, I mean, fix their coin power to 0 is kind of maybe in Paradiso. Paradiso, we might get that.
격발. 전술 시야 전개. 오제트의 눈으로.
You're fine. You're fine. Do that actually. Good enough. Okay, good enough. And then you can go like this. I guess I'll do actually, I think I'll do this, this, this. And yeah, kind of. It's worked
발견.
fine.
차단.
I do think it's like a
적개체
potentially
무력화.
cool gimmick though.
확인 사살.
Like I don't know. I feel like fights designed around Bind is like I don't know. I wonder how they're gonna do it because
망을 참아.
this video is so cool, by the way.
숨을 거두리라.
But yeah, I wonder how they're gonna do it because it kind of just feels like speed RNG is like a thing that you don't want to play with. But if you're setting this, if they're setting speed to 1, then it kind of just means that. Oh my god, it's so
그림자
cool.
없는 햇살은 없으니 이 그늘 또한 기꺼이 박아내.
Oh my god, it's so cool.
그림자 없는 햇살은 없으니 이 그늘 또한 기꺼이 박아내.
But yeah, I kind of just wonder what they're gonna end up doing for these. Oh my god, she's so fast. Turn and gain. Okay, yeah, she has so much poise count too. He has quite a bit of poise. I wish the skill was better, but when you have fights that revolve around units that have 1 speed, then it kind of becomes interesting because it kind of splits your party into like sections, I guess. So I wonder how they're gonna end up handling that. Go there. Fine. I think this. I think ISHMAEL causes him to hit 45 SP in most cases anyway.
시연합니다.
Third, Regenheim upscale. That is actually true. There are a few IDs we have that are kinda. They kinda just don't care about speed whatsoever.
이어졌다면 귀와 요격 겨냥 삼수
Amazing.
대전
Alright. Normal stuff. This is new, but because they are never inflicting bind, because they are never winning a clash, it kind of just doesn't matter. Oh my god, she's so fast. Like, unbelievable how fast she is. But well, I say that when this character is on the screen. But I need to heal some flash. I don't think I do.
그림자 없는 햇살은
But I
없으니
kind of want to.
이 그늘 또한 기꺼이 박아내.
You know, I kind of want to. Real versus fake case monsters? Yeah.
귀와 요격 함수. 전수가 이어졌다면
여기 심장이 잠깐처리 됐기에
달빛이 밝다.
Oh my god.
그물까지 발진난을 떠.
It's so peak.
적개체 무력
모함 중
확인 사살.
Yeah. IX-2 casts the blood down from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it down to its sheath. Doesn't like being up to the sword won't revert to them immediately this time around. Let's search for clues while time allows us. If you take that side, I'll search here. We'll use this kind of situation without taking long to catch their breath. They began searching. Pretty. Ourselves in. Glory to the blade lineage, most certainly. I like that I can actually, well, I mean, when I started playing Limbus, it's basically right when Blade Lineage Busto came out, and I didn't actually end up being able to pull for him because I didn't have any lunacy at the time, so I didn't actually end up getting him until, well, obviously I couldn't get him the next season because you can't shard seasonals the season after. I got him the season after that. And then I didn't really, like, by that point he's like power craft, so I didn't end up using him that much, but he's really cool. Battle distortions. Alright, whatever. You never before I beheld our surroundings. Changes to sudden a flash. It's now render. Fun fact, actually, I basically started playing the game because I liked the art for Blade Lineage Faust. Could now render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon. Overlook the briefing using the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, the location type distortion. This is when the whole space distorts and since place in buildings can't physically move on their own, distortion gets fixed in a certain space. There's only progressively far along the middle stage, probably don't usually get this big as what's covering almost an entire street. Those people into space and got caught up in it. My job right now is getting to the bottom of the phenomenon, not exactly as we caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, primarily with the possibility of possible powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. By that I mean distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. I'm actually talking like our team leader rubbed off on me, I guess. I always liked the Blade Lineage, but didn't end up getting them all until the Hulk guy. Kimso always looked like such a sick unit. Yeah, he's like very, very cool. But like, kind of like every unit is cool these days. They're all like really broken, so spoiled for choice, truly. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whip these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us to locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too, as we direct our attention to the rows of flats people around all around golden patterned double robes, and these are Shu. Ocean in pursuit. Shunokun's functionary is charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You're from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. Hardly fails no one's men in raid among the quarry, science, and were daily being dispossessed in the stations in Escort before. And I got that doing this because the seas before when they made nobis of the corporation. I'm scorned with my friends before the brand of the nobi can be impressed upon us otherwise. That nation but only means of losing power. Have our pride snakes goose, know that power won't bring nothing more. so-called taboo hunters of escort operate by much same anatomy. As the breaching of escort the taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? Yeah. If the powerful so desire to chase a man down to take possession of his very being and keep him caged. The only entity decreed that he should bear the blow of the Nobi, such is what escort has become today. Interesting. And enter as one of the victims of that accursed practice. So it's a kind of judgmental thing. Or me perhaps, or none. Distortion. Necessary to determine why escort and its Tunicuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Tunicuns suggests impossible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Crab and Kim or Angel's memories. It's running. Not getting any of that inspiration and claiming this distortion one side. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again, as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Well, where are we? If only the team leader was here, Pragmas would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. This is why he kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. Never of two getting dragged into the distortion like this. And what else were we supposed to do with self-defense? They were about to attack us. Finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. First, we need to develop the film we found here, then we'll head into the nearest dark room. Then, actually, let's drag the slippery hat wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Tunicuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. But Ezra stamped her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have we located him? Boss Clock found. Boss Clock is crazy. I found where Babu Adkin is right now. Okay. Cool.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
Oh my god.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있어.
It's time to start having
정착지를 찾을
conversations.
때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Okay, it's everyone. What do I actually want to do here? I think this.
화점에 두지.
자유로워질 수 없.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
This guy will probably
부름이라면
perish
기쁘게 나서죠.
terribly. I'll probably leave you in the back, and then I'll do.
대상 확인했어. 전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Did we go too far with this ego? Maybe we didn't go far enough. I'm telling you, we lead Yearning Mercola up Tie 5 to Third Manager Dawn into web. This is. Actually, what is your.
의로움을 세우기 위해 살아.
드디어 내 차례냐?
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 내 시야에서 벗어나지 마.
와일드 헌트야.
Meanwhile, Heath's team. And some of the ideas like blind obsession, grasshopper, and something for Dawn, etc. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely just some ideas that like that. like they just need egos that have like random passes that like turn them actually into modern IDs. Like Wild Hunt as well actually is another one where it's like it feels wrong that he's not better than he is. What's up with these gifts that are showing out of nowhere? Turning from their get up, they seem like escort. That's out with the Fedora guys. To go barking at them first would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't. So it's my fault. This is our contract areas, and if they walk around with something important, we give them one catching hell. Not everyone's itching to swipe their hair coupon from their bottom the second they get a chance. How many, buddy? Amazing. Excuse me? Sun shower ego for potential, man? So true. You got a problem too? Not at all. One with that gentleman over there is one of our enemies. Is that the end of your true performance? Shame I was really hoping. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance with a distinct taste for the Peach Blossom Land of legends. Peach Blossom Land. Another bit of cup of fine. Mangioli rice wine to go with them. Yeah, it's an enemy for one. Okay. It says LCD. Alright, cool. Bamboo had Kim upskill. You slippery little rat. Right, find this interesting enough. Fine. If you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. That's the price of it. That's what you choose as you. I did the best to before one thing dates everyone tells them they go on the stage for a long after all. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly. Oh, we actually do keep fighting. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see what this is. You... Sure. That's fine. Go there. Actually, I think I'm gonna do... Actually, you go there. I need some pride in my life. This is a little bit annoying because we're not gonna lose that clash, so let's do that and building. You can do that. Actually. Acupuncture. Who are you targeting? No targeting you. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. You can target anything, it doesn't matter. And you just will not lose the clash. So I'll do that. And then I'll do this because Clashman boys. It's Clashman slash power up, but it's okay. Okay, I could do this, but These are counters. Why do you have 4 bind? What is going on here? It's probably... I mean, they're not faster than her anyway, so... This unit speeds faster than times convert coins to unbreakable coins, and then that's how they hit you with this incredibly insane status effect. Which makes sense. You... I think I'm gonna do that, and then you can handle that and that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can get Pro to the Clash, so you're just gonna go over there. You're gonna do your thing over here, you're gonna do your thing over there, you're gonna do this. Yeah, it's fine. Oh my god, it's so cool. Alright, you, here, you also here, which is kind of turbo overkill, but it's okay. Honestly, I just need to get rid of Honglu, I'm pretty sure. You can go there. Oh, that's actually kind of annoying. Because... actually... Yeah, it's kind of annoying if I don't handle that properly. Wait, that's on use. It's kind of gonna annoy me anyway, so I'm just gonna do that. Then you go you do that, then you handle that. This is fun. Yeah, sure. That was close. This new ISHMAEL ID seems excessively strong, I must say. She just like... She just seems to have a 5-coin skill like every other turn, which... I mean, that's kind of just like what we're doing nowadays, but yeah, it seems really good. What is this? Okay. Sure. Current level of power is so absurd. Yeah, I can only imagine what the enemies are gonna look like in like the next canto in order to justify what is currently happening in the current climate. One offense level down for every 2 bind. Lead. One tremor burst. Ain't bleed count equal to stack? This stacks up to 10 on Tremor Burst gain bleed count equal to stack. That's 10 bleed count. Am I missing something? I don't think I'm missing anything actually. I think that really just is what it is. So don't get hit by this status. Understood. You could go back in time and show a launch player and they might just die. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a launch player is gonna survive reading however many pages of nonsense we've been getting. But using a skill of identical rank to the skill photo. What did you just say? If this unit inflicted intelligence gathering, when using a skill of identical rank to the skill photographed, clash power -5. On triggering tremor burst. What? What does this even mean? Okay, I assume that's gonna be more clear what that means at a later date. Yeah, that's probably... Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. Let's try not to lose a clash to that one. Yeah, sure. Big numbers. Yeah. I am currently indulging in problematic amounts of bleed count, but it's fine. Wait, how many times can she claim bones per turn? 2 times per turn. So she can get on both this and the assist defense. Which... What causes defense skill lose 1 clash power for every 2 stacks, so she can lose 5. But yeah, I mean, okay, cool, that makes sense. Bro, she has so much poise, like it's a nonsense amount of poise. That's haste me. Okay, yeah. So this will let her use... Well, I mean, it honestly doesn't matter. You can do your thing. Actually, I think I'm gonna do that. You do that. You do that. You do that. Oh my god, I actually get to see it or do all 5 coins. Amazing. dude was here just a minute ago and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Without his guns, they run up before anyone could grab him. As though he was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Yeah, just so you're also aware that more often than not, men's actions carried a profound design. It's never left his post without purpose so far. To give a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again. Lock him up in a closet. We don't do that in our team, right? I mean, you're forcing them to work here. There's only so much trust that one can have. When LC got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. Okay, maybe he's a little bit problematic. Wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? The reason he failed to participate in the operation was lax in supervising his personnel. Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. Apologize, I misunderstood just that deserted his post. Taking down the what? Crazy upscale. No, we're having war, didn't have an emergency alarm and nobody from the department was there to warn him out that he just somehow caught on and did the job himself. The facilities managed to get comms back up and contact the LC chief to be way faster. And that helped LC8 actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in. And he went to fighting even though it still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So he did end up staying in bed. Yeah, I mean, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. Just drops there in the middle of the street somewhere. How does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Yeah, I mean, Heathcliff would know. I only saw the book of it, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. He was stating an obvious fact. So I wouldn't have reached him from that far and sent bags up, and there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle. Then piece things together, could be that. My boss said you could hear that kind of shit too. I hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. What? Yeah, I mean, that does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blood their fuel, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Imposter right for a turf war's not almost saying people call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. That pub is the secret hideout where the syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaff and running their mouths about how they're going and put an end to the love. Storming in and have them more surrounded instead. Sounds like boss still bragging to me. You sure that wasn't a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you were saying as much, then this was one of many such coincidences. Is that not so? Every time Matthew put one starts, I'll not end up growing bigger. Was just a coincidence. Experience-based precognition is a funny way of putting it. Information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that you were employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment? Does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often found that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask if you grant him a little time and wait, keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. But this I have been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Do you want to give a quiet nod? So only reasons for letting it be. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Well, I mean, Ezra can, she's very observant and whatnot. So, you know. Fine. The place we found ourselves in. Deep red pressing in from every side. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. It's right here. And right then. Don't turn on the light. Oh, because there are foes. I heard Merceau's clipped. You know, this is a very sad OST all of a sudden. What's going on? His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau, where are you? That corner, is he washing something? I am developing the film roll. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. I don't think that explains why he was quiet, but you know. Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs. What's that for anyway? I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. So maybe I would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. Where'd you get these photos? I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district buildings. Mostly. I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Docugrapher? Docugrapher. Merceau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of a process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as a part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to affixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these photographers you mentioned are people entrusted with that job. Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? After a brief pause. What makes you say that? We didn't have any dark rooms. Didn't. In N-Corp, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Rumors are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. My photo rooms have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper or messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Huh. It's probably isn't a legit darkroom. Somebody probably hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. Ezra is quite a detective. A distortion detective, if you will. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. In the strings. Still giving this strange cylinder an occasional shake. Some would say. I have a request regarding your instructions to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle. Excuse me? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the Ford studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's Pinfront team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled N-Corp's Pinframe team in this very location. Okay. I have a feeling I know what Maso is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished, the process is now halfway to conclusion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent, please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Maso, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager, I will follow that instruction going forward. Maso is truly such a... He's a character for sure.
돌아오고 있어요.
Alright.
뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
Oddly enough, this is
살수의
not a
방식으로는
battle node.
절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
After the battle, something sits ill with me. Hindu had her gaze fixed somewhere overhead. At the end of her gaze, are those photographs? They are. Kumjul, wooding rope. Gave it a little attention. Shrunk along, remained thus when the distortion took hold. Observation of unaffected elements in a space occupied by a location type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp. Yet these alone remain as they are. Let's take them down and check ourselves. Zoe stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me, a bright white light blinded my vision for a moment. It likes to change its mind to keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. My whole body tenses up and goes slack right after. Makes sense for Maso, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, he didn't drop them. No. This will be important later. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? We're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure light will not... There is no cause for concern. It's a relief. See anything odd in there? There are people in them. Sure, interesting. This one's like I mean, this one's just very Project Moon. This one, I mean, it's some art, and this one's like interesting. I don't know what this one's about. Selling bread, or something of the sort. If I had to pick one similarity between them, they all look cold and indifferent. I don't know whether this one's cold and indifferent. I feel like this one's pretty warm and weird. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio before. Oh, these are the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences. The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious, but this is the kind of thing that you should definitely bring up. But maybe it was just a spell of random Can you even get vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy? Like, well, yeah, exactly. No. Because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. Louis said photographers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by Grand Magazine Sisyph. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. About trying them whenever exam weeks came around. I never had one myself, though I can't really explain it, but something about them feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? Canned experiences is a super interesting, like it's like a super interesting world building element, I guess. The unprocessed base content of canned experiences, known as experience batter, interesting, is supplied to reprocessing factories where photographers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience. Of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for... I wish I knew how to pronounce this. Canned experiences increasing by day. That's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Why photograph these residents at all? These images were not harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. For a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo, that is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. Spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say. Memories even. They manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything... Oh, it's like a person probably was stalking another person, right? Because the first image was of that person running the shop. And then the last image was like... I don't know, it looked like it was somebody watching someone through like the bushes or something. And then one of them was like flowers. Interesting. That only Kim or IX-2 would have seen and remembered. These photos, though they're completely untouched by the distortion, doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. me to look for the people in these photos. The only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Or accept input from the LCD with open arms. Commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Please give me another 7 Association ID. I think I know where to find those people. When? How? Guess I'm just having a lucky day. DWRC. Dante. Where? I don't know. Do we regroup? Yeah, I would have never gone that one. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Yeah. Roger's with you, right? Can you put her on? Roger, Dante wants to talk. With the bread and pastries, my hands are completely full. Pastries, what? Okay, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be Ezra Rodia. Just one of everything. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me? Love the ones from that street, they're so good. I gotta readjust the pile. Just throw them on the floor, they're packaged. You can't treat food like that bread has. I mean, bakers have feelings too. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. You give me a sec if you need me to fight, just need to cram these into my pockets. Not a fight. I wonder. Oh right, the bread person. Where's that bakery you're at? Okay, yeah. So we're gonna go to the bakery, and I have no clue how this is gonna pan out. Yo, we are not far through this Intervallo whatsoever. I feel like the chapters have been dense. I know who you're looking for. The owner of this bakery was a woman holding the same basket as the one in the photograph. She looked for one look at the picture and gave a quick nod. He works in Cannery 17. He's a regular. Buys sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. Otis showed the baker another photograph. It's the Cannery uniform. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us the information that we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in that photo that wasn't affected, so it should be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? You're well acquainted with him. Oh, that. Okay. Of a lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. Okay, it's a little bit different than what I expected it to be. She's... Okay, so there's just like another person who's like... They just like the canned experience thing. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on that baker's... Well, I mean, if you look at her face, I think it's obvious where the the eeriness comes from, but... Ahem. Okay. Possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance. They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Yeah, it's like a thing in Cyberpunk. They may, however, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess, mine own soul is much tempted. Please don't do it, Dawn. It differs from pursuing a dream. From base experience data mixed with various modified information, the resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along numerous processing stages of the cannery's production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. Because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid, interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. I want to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. I'll be content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans. They may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world, for the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. It is truly such an interesting part of the world building here. If the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop towards it, it's very poetic. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know, but they sell well. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, right? So how much will you guys be buying? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess it is bad manners to pull up to a store and then ask the owner for information and then yap in front of them at length without buying anything, so... Buy what? See, ISHMAEL has no manners. You came barging in with all these questions and I was patient enough to answer them politely. Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers. Her case was on point, actually. But, yeah. I mean, this is also fair enough. Where are you keeping all of that? In her stomach, bro. Because I had some already. The rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets. She has several baguettes in here, by the way. Sesame, why is he here? And making entrance in that least expected moments. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Just give me a moment. Okay. I'm ready. Ouch. Folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. Owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Let's get away from here. Manager. With Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us, he was still holding a roll of something brown and slightly coiled. Okay. Is the film the canister you were shaking? Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. Okay. Tells us the script was packed with almost identical pictures. The same person in every shot in the same pose in all of them. Wait a second. The further along the strip you get, the lower it gets. As an animation. The head looks like it's turning to the right. And went stiff like he's seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. What's the matter? Something I learned in school. In the exact same spot on every page. Nudge the arms until they're raised way up. You flip it, they stop looking like separate images. Yeah, I mean, it's an animation. Introduction to motion pictures. The video footage we watch is all made the same way. Using that this is a continuous sequence of still images. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, now we are in possession of illegal
반드시
materials.
펜다.
I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
거미지.
My hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. We're gonna be okay. You might have just broken a tattoo. My mind began to race to specifically when Don smashed the window at K-Corp. Honestly, I would be thinking about the Hong Lu incident. But just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Every bit as troubled as I felt. Well, Hancock's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? It might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? Just comply with their demands, thank them for the service, and actually hand it over to the authorities. Everything should be a-okay. Judging by the fact that this is a battle node, yeah. Because I have developed the contents of that film in that dark room. Uh-oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it's very likely that my action will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Yeah. But team leader said that NCORP has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. I could buy some time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. Frame rate within regulations. The interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. It is most certainly super brief. You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Yeah, how vivid it really is. Cooperate. The violation of the taboo. That cannot be determined unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Raise it against the sky. We must analyze these frames. How relatable. Tends to be recorded footage. Hmm. That's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory. I'm not sure whether that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. He's been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, steps into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame. Hmm. Hmm. How relatable. Doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and honestly brushed thrillingly close to one. Together with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. What was he trying to do with that? Yeah, it's like a Canto 8 incident. Why would anyone? Mr. Breadbrain. Some guy's been asking the workshops whether they could make him a projector. Well, I mean, that kind of makes his intent obvious, right? That's, I guess, that he got his hands on a projector somehow. To view recorded videos, pray tell, why would anyone insane mind? It ain't taboo if you only made the projector. How do we track this guy down? Isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who know that they're involved with what they're looking for. Well, I mean, whatever works. At architecture conventions, there should be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about. And I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence, please advise for... Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. This crowd sure doesn't seem that they're going to let us follow them. Okay, sure. Okay, so this is the guy that has this very troublesome status effect. 3 paralyzed next turn. Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like very I'ma just click win rate. If I'm being honest.
무너졌다면 이 순간이 다도록 베어내리라.
분위기 심장이 잠깐 저리 모험음 중.
Alright, maybe no win rate. Let's do this, and then let's do yeah, that's fine.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
검문 확보. 이연.
몸이 유쾌하게 아비 교환.
Sure, this seems fine. Press this button on you. Press this button on you. Actually, I'm gonna do that. And then do this now on you. Where's this targeting you? And you're gonna perish based on this, so it might actually be better to if I do this instead. Alright, you. Sure.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Intervallo has been good so far though. I feel like the well, it's been really long so far actually. I feel like I am barely any of the way through. But
육참
oh god, be paralyzed.
귀와 요격 너무나 떨굴 수밖에.
이연.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you just always have to press this button.
망월 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
Welcome back, Aura Monster. Most definitely. I think you just like there's no reason to ever like hold back on pressing the button. Just press it as early as possible every time. This. Yeah. You're fine. Let's get this. Yeah, literally just turns him into like an actual unit as opposed to whatever is going on. It's nice that it's not a what would you call it? Like
귀와 요격 함수.
Tears of Tarnished Blood or like what's the one that Gregor has from the Arknights collab, Unbrilliant Glory, where they don't do like they don't have an attack attached to them.
당신의
So
기대가
it doesn't actually feel like you're
모든
wasting
시간들의
2
아우성이.
turns.
저를 묻어주리까.
It actually like it's basically turn one is like kind of whatever, but then turn
소리와
two is like
호흡을
you're
멈추고.
immediately like up on an idea.
검주망 모드. 필연적. 절대적.
능력의 심장이 잠깐 저릿했기에
Oh yeah, Brilliant Glory is cool. It's just that you know, if this one was like Brilliant Glory, it'd be like 2 turns of doing nothing. So it's nice that it's not like that. But I do quite like Brilliant Glory. It's a I don't know whether it's my favorite. I think I like
그대는 어디까지 각오했을까?
Command Meltdown, just because the art for Command Meltdown is really cool. But yeah, I mean, they're all like really good.
이
Well,
순간이 닿아도록
I think Hong Lu's one is like kind of. I actually don't know whether it's good or not. I feel like it's kind of whatever. But all right.
마침내
Oh, we haven't had any unfocused encounters so far, which is quite interesting, right? Yoshu and the thing. You and our god. Goes up.
그려낸 대로.
I need to look at what the actual volume of buffs is that the Blade Lineage IDs are getting, because it's actually just way too much now. I can't even do the mental math of like what it's supposed to be. Please don't lose this clash. Alright.
이제 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이차 안에는
Alright, goodbye.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내
당신이었군요.
모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리까.
속 펀치. 응?
Wait, why didn't she yield her flesh? Oh wait, did I?
좋아해.
Wait, I think I
취향에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
misread something, but
이
it's okay.
주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있어.
Oh right, I need haste. Okay, yeah. So she can only do it from turn 2 onwards. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. You can do your thing. And then you do that. You press the good button. You can just. Do I need you to stack more coins? I don't think I do actually. You can go to the. Yeah, I'll just go to here actually. There you go now. Yeah, it's fine.
그려낸 대로. 하나, 둘, 학살.
Oh, re-energizing. My favorite balanced idea.
죽음일세.
I like how the IX-2 support unit is actually just identical to the ID.
진짜.
Well, with one extra passive for reasons unknown, but
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리노화. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
If anyone is wondering what my favorite ID is, it's that one.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
미래를 과거와 같이.
Okay, what is the
전술
status
시야
of that?
전개. 말해주지 않아도 이미 허점을 파악했다. 오젝트의 눈은
When
아군의
using a
방어
skill of
지점을 놓치지
identical
않지.
rank to the skill photographed, -5 flash power. What skill is photographed? How am I supposed to know? Is there a way to know? Is it the skill that was used when you got hit by this? Oh, it says the Vanguard will see it.
말해주지 않아도
Okay, I
이미 허점을
understand.
파악했다.
Okay, sure.
오젝트의
Okay,
눈은
yeah, it says in the
아군의 방어
status.
취약점을 놓치지 않지.
Okay, so it was the skill that you were using when this got applied, and then that gets photographed and you can't use it again. I mean, that's a pretty interesting gimmick, honestly. Okay. These are all fine. Just do that. Actually, you do that. You do this one. You do that. You do this. I kind of don't ever want to press skill 1 with her, but I think I'm gonna have to. Who's targeting this? You're targeting this. 95. Probably won't be enough.
발광. 차단.
Yeah, I think I like that gimmick because it's like when like, it makes you consider whether like the upcoming skill rotation, right? Like if you have a skill 1 coming up and a skill 2 coming up, and then you clash with the skill 2, then you might want to use the skill 1 next turn. Or, like your decision on that current turn might be, oh, I want to use the skill 3 here because
유쾌하게
skill 3 obviously I'm not gonna have another one lined up. So yeah, it's pretty neat. You usually don't have to think very much about like what specific skill you happen to be using on an ID. You're kind of just like, I'll just use whatever clashes high enough. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Alright, this. You can go here, you go there, you. Yeah, that's fine. Oh god, that's my envy. God, she is so slow.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
그려낸 대로.
He clashes so high now. Okay.
대행 완료.
This idea is so broken.
이 순간이 닿도록.
This idea is broken. But actually.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
그 뜻을 해금하겠네.
Alright, let's wrap this up. Oh my god, we actually get to claim some bones. It's fine.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Oh, my bad.
억제 완료.
달빛이 밝다.
Oh my god, it's so cool.
그 문까지 밝힌 너를
It's so cool, actually.
떨굴 수밖에.
지린을 열.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
It's so funny
정착지를
hearing
찾을
of
때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
because now it's obvious that the reason why, like, the like your impression of what that Brad Kim was like could only have been based on like the Muso identity, but now it's so obvious he's only like that because it's Muso. It's just really funny.
등록을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Alright, only a challenge, what a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service their Klaus is not a combat specialized department while they have undergone basic combat training. You're not prepared for head-on conflicts. They kept taking pictures with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. Including their report for higher-ups. But as though by some chance or whim, so I'm struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate. I can only imagine what he's going to say to this. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. Okay. Deflatingly concise and direct. Yeah. Yeah. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? I'm betting the answer is no, right? Yeah. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that an answer, nothing more. He has a prepared answer written down in a list of responses, that's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. So, if you say so, I turned away from him and took, well, fair enough. I let it to a few words and then good at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be loud, so I did. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? The precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Now, what did he mean by that? Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Hmm? Hmm? That is because the precise definition and nature, well, it's like the subjectivity of like one's gaze or like whatever. Like, okay, yeah, I guess it's like Is this going to be like definitely the thesis of his canto? Like, what does it mean to actually have an objective view on things? Is it okay to have a subjective view on things? I suppose it's not for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah. Another. Okay. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Okay, sure. Our pop head seems clear. Let's neutralize those foes and head up there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. We made our way into the building. Well, Lancers must have been the weaker ones. Oh, actually, during like real battles now. Well, I mean, I think we know how they have so many guys on their payroll. Yeah. I thought the culprit worked alone. They're the ones from the subsequent reports. They appeared just as confused as we were. Not a big group of dozen or so people. Yeah, let's hope not, right? Consume. Oh, is that how they do it? Maintaining mass melee combat next to our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. So they just like they just get the canned experience and then like they just level up. Wasn't there an extra report that one of them's A all of a sudden? And this could be literally anything. We have so many just things in like the pie that it's just like, look, what could this be? Buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure I'd seen before. Yeah, this is kind of conspicuous, right? Similar to what we saw on the Trinocun's face, and similar bells making it difficult to grasp its full shape. Again, spins slowly, the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Masso's ideas of objectivity and subjectivity are explored a bit in his Ring ID, though I can stop there if you want to avoid any semblance of Masso's spoilers. No, I think it's cool. I have read the Ring Uptie story. It's like, I don't remember exactly what, yeah, you have to jog my memory on what exactly that one was about. But I do think it was something like, he was working on an art piece, but he couldn't, like, figure out how to, like, he couldn't figure out, like, how to put himself into the art piece. I think it was, like, something like that. Shield your eyes. Began to emit a faint ray of light. Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video. Oh, right. That is a good point. I saw that. Okay, well, this guy's dead. Creeping into the voice of several unlucky individuals. It's starting to get a little embarrassing. Got dust in your eyes. Basically, it's about how his artwork is good in mechanics, but the feeling of it is lacking, because he only does what is an art guide and disregards his own ideas because he wouldn't trust them. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. And then, like, I think Rodion had some, like, commentary on that, too. Like, how he, it was like something like, yeah, the kid's good, but, he just, like, had some issues. Which I guess, like, yeah, I mean, I feel like that makes sense for, like, where they're going with Masso's character. He's kind of a... Yeah, because, like, Dante asked him to give, like, an objective view, and he didn't believe that an objective view existed. but then he also doesn't think that his subjective view is something that he can trust. Hmm? Yeah, it's quite interesting. I wonder, like, what is the developer gonna be? It's like such a philosophical argument compared to like the usual. Like, I feel like a lot of like the Kanto so far feel like they have explored a very much a like a physical issue to overcome. But so it's like, I mean, maybe he does have a physical issue to overcome. Like maybe the soul distortion theory is like an actual thing, right? But even if there is a physical issue to overcome, I feel like the core of it is gonna end up being like really philosophical, which is quite interesting. Yeah. Don't you know that anyone who watches you, even a split second of the recorded video, gets? But I watched it anyway. This motion picture isn't recorded. That video's not a recording. Hmm. Talking to us. Hmm. Delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Should you comply, you will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? Will that go to dogged? Excoriation? That's a new one for me. I always learn a new word when I'm playing through a Limbus chapter, I must say. What's this fella on about? We won't hesitate to... What are you talking about? Shaped no need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding the place. No? The same sentences over and over. Was I just as far gone when I distorted possible words and reason? You guys, right? Telling him the truth. But don't suppose there's any point in asking. To a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. But such disregard is easier said than done. Illegal, huh? Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Rude as hell, some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. I think I saw Maso's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Decided to take its damn time coming back. I feel like this whole, like the thing about, like they mentioned people having like sixth senses or like gut feelings. I feel like that's gonna come back as well, as like a Maso's gonna trust his gut feelings at some point. Oh. Drenched in cold sweat, they might bind and drag you away. isn't so bad, is it? It just needs focus so far, unlike earlier. Another flash. Heathcliff's F Florist ego, gut feeling. Perhaps. I could see it. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was this mechanism. Faust. I learned to ship rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what you deserved. I give you what most deserved your gaze. Massage trigger wood. Yeah, I mean, this cannot be good for anyone's eyes. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. Now, something different about the group of Chunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh, you. Wielding a sword that was just as tall. A great Twando of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. Drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Arrow? I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. This OST is going crazy. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us. Very cool. Alright, let's see what this one's about. It's gonna be the last fight. I think the boss music is amazing. Yeah, it's really, really good actually. Okay, I can tell that this is gonna be the fight, so let's see. Actually, I'll start with the passives. In 3, memory transition. Base stack 3, turn end, use 1 stack. At 1 stack, retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. Oh god. What does that even mean? Really wanting to see your thoughts on this? Yeah, let's see how it ends up playing out. When returning to the field based on the current battlefield of the homeland, gain or lose number of turns spent retreats. Gain or lose turns spent in retreat, sword play of the homeland, Sal stack. Okay, so you have these, and then you have those two, they're different stacks. And then when you're in this one, you gain stacks, when you're in that one, you stacks. At 0 memory transition retreat into a different location. Wait, what? At it was 1. At 1 start retreat. Well, I guess that's makes sense because this is a turn start and then this is a turn end. Sure. Okay, what's this about? Min stack 1, max stack 9. On skill use at min or max stacks, convert all coins. This unit uses 2 unbreakable coins. Oh god, what is going on? Okay, it's one of those, you have to balance the stacks, make sure it's not too high, not too low. I'm assuming, and you have to like do stuff to shift in between the states, I'm guessing. Like, yeah, coin power plus 4, I don't think we can let that one happen. Not gonna lie. This one's a bunch of base power, but less coin power, which I mean, high stacks kind of just seem like they're less threatening than the low ones, but maybe his coin counts also change. So maybe it's not that simple. Let's see this one. Okay, yeah, this one's single coin skills, and then this one is multi-coin. Okay, yeah, they thought about that. Alright, sure. Classic, Fix Panic, gain 5. Oh god, what is this now? Max stack 5. Okay, start with 5, max stack 5, gain shield for every stack, gain defense level for every stack. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. When gaining the effect. So basically it just means that the more you hit the shield, the less tanky he gets. And also the less damage you get. Well, the less damage he does. I guess. When it expires, end the encounter. Okay, sure. I'll read that after. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Assume a different. That'll form with the homeland every 3 turns. If this unit has shield, gain. Sure. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that contains both the homeland arrow Lucy. I'm assuming that this will just kill me. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a... That's interesting. Okay. This is like low-key... Okay, so when the next Reflect Child comes up, we already know what the shilling is gonna be, right? So just get ready for... make sure you do Pride Resonance, bring your Blade Lineage. We already know. Okay. Oh my god, you have passives on passives. Bear Hunt, sure. Fragile. I didn't think about that, but yeah, checks out. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna... They're gonna ask you to be losing clashes to get random effects. They're gonna like give you resources when you lose clashes, all sorts of random nonsense, I'm sure. I mean, honestly, if it's not just name dropping Blade Lineage and then just saying you only get this effect when it's Blade Lineage, but they ask you to lose. If it's not like that, and then they ask you to lose clashes just in general, there are probably like quite a few interesting strategies that you could do. So I guess we'll see what they end up doing. Hopefully it's not just asking for Blade Lineage, but I feel like it's definitely, or almost definitely gonna be that. So yeah, I mean there's like, sure. So he rolls higher, but he has fragile, sure. Poise count on Clash win. If the noise has less than 5 bleed potency, inflict. Well, okay, sure. Only Clash lose, okay, that's big memory. Middle Maso has a Clash lose effect, so more middle shilling actually 100% for sure. Okay. So basically, when I stagger him, well, I don't think I can. Yeah, I mean, I'm not staggering him, so I think it's fine. Let's read some flavor text. Piloted. It's one example of such armor. I hope we get an idea of this guy. It's like super cool. Used by Knights of the West. Greatly augments his offensive and defensive abilities. Readily supplied. Each unit has its unique controls and comes with a limitation of providing separate fuels. What remains certain is that extended reach is a machine of war that strives across battlefields with a promise of slaughter. Sword of the Homeland Escorts is also divided into 3 branches. Who knew? What? Within the teachings exist techniques to human creatures of colossal stature such as Sank. What is that? Perform them in full. Must know techniques. Sure. I can see it now, bright as Dale, ISHMAEL upskill, so true, honestly. There are those who persevere in training for a lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes when this blade of mine for this blade of mine to rise high enough to beat the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Amazing. The Apex Blade, by the way. Very auriful. Okay, what's this? Unclashable with assist units. Prioritize sinners. Function is in a convert to unbreakable form. Okay. Lose 3 home. Swordplay of the homeland. If the target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, this effect of this is like crazy shilling, but okay. On hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against the target use assist defense, gain 2 swordplay of the what? Okay. So what stance is he in now? He is in Bear Hunt. Bear Hunt wants higher swordplay stacks. Okay, wait, this is like anti-shilling. What is this? He wants higher. And then this is on assist defense. Yeah, on assist defense it will gain it, but I don't want him to gain it. I'd rather just like, you know, like actually win the clash. So you can go there. I do not have the slots to be playing with that. Oh no, I actually do. I forgot I have assist units. I most definitely do have the slots to be playing with. Yeah. You're not that useful, honestly. Yo. What level is it? 66? It's kind of annoying that this is second in the rotation. I think I'm actually gonna do this. I didn't actually read what these skills do, but yeah, I mean, they're like standard. Sure. This is hopefully fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. And then you. That makes sense. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Gain 1 assist defense. Can this... Unclashable with assist units. Okay, sure. Okay. So that actually doesn't make a difference. I think this is fine. I kind of want to press this, which I don't know why I want to clash with. I think I actually want to do this. I don't think getting hit by this actually matters. Actually, I think getting hit by that actually does matter, so I'll do this.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지. 하나.
Ooh. Very interesting looking fight though. I feel like Project Moon recently has been very I don't know whether they hired a new combat designer or what they did, but I feel like fights as of recently have just had way more like ideas going on, like just generally speaking.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주니까.
해군. 초월 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Alright. So oh, I understand. Okay, wait, that makes sense. Because if I okay, that makes sense. So if I leave him the way that he is, when the switch happens, it's gonna be problematic because he's gonna be at 1 stat. So pretty much on the turn that he's about to switch, I want to use an assist defense on this to increase it back to where it was. At least I think that's what they're going for here. Because he's pretty slow, so I can always get this to be the last thing, and then I can increase the stacks. Unless he increases the stacks himself, but I don't think he does. That's going to get me out of like a number of turns of having to increase it, and while dealing with him having like insane amounts of coin power, which would be like horrible to deal with. This goes kind of annoying, like if I just let it go unopposed too. Oh no, it's not annoying if I let it go unopposed. This is okay, I understand. So I can actually leave this to go unopposed in order to raise it back. Okay, cool. This is a very neat fight. I do quite like the gimmick that they've got going on here. I think I want this. And obviously, I'm gonna turn my ID into an actual ID real quick. So yeah, I think one more turn of doing it this way. Yeah, I think I want that. Let's get rid of you. Well, you're fine. You, that's fine. Unaffected, nice, we'll hit the homeland. That's fine. I actually did not read this. What did it mean? Okay, hold on. This is a... Okay, I'm beginning to understand what is going on here. So... right now, I don't want him to be... Right now I want him to be low, and next turn I want him to be high. But if I let this go unopposed, oh god, assist defense is going to trigger if I do this. That's kind of annoying. Okay, so I don't want assist defense to trigger, so I actually have to hit like this normally. Because on Clash Start that will gain, and then it won't lose any, which will basically cancel out the effects of doing this. Which, actually that's fine, because this is at 2, which is already like enough. So I actually can clash this if I want to do that. So in that case, I'm going to... yeah, actually this is fine. He's gonna lose it and gain +3, -2. It's +1, that's 3. This is gonna go down by 3. Okay, yeah, that's actually fine. So I'll do this. And then all of these are accounted for. Okay, this is not accounted for. What did I miss? That's a little bit annoying. Let me do this. And then I'll also do this. And then that should be fine.
시연합니다.
숨을 거두리라.
진짜 예측한 대로.
This is like a super interesting fight though.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
That was incredibly tactic.
미리 형세를 살피고 있었죠. 육참 골단
마비 교환.
전술 시야 전개. 오제트의 눈으로.
Okay. So he has both of these skills. But now I want him to gain it at the end of the turn, if possible, so that when the next turn comes up and he switches to the other one, I already have him at like 4 stacks, ideally. So I pretty much want this to trigger against an assist defense. Wait, no, I want this to be... I want this to hit unopposed. I want to let this go through so I don't flash this. And then this one, I want to clash lost in the turn. So I want to do this. Yeah, I want to do that. And then everything else is like fine. I don't really have to think much about anything else. How's this Intervallo doing? It's kind of scuffed Furioso progress, but it's okay. Let's do that. Honestly, my Dawn is kind of also scuffed, so I'm actually going to do this. At 7 plus, convert all coins to unbreakable point and deal plus 20 to damage. Well, good thing I don't have to deal with that. Okay, that's there. That. We go to there. Then I can actually do this, right? Which is kind of nice. Go left to right, and then... Oh, no, she's using a... Okay, that... Oh, that's kind of annoying. It's fine, right? Should be this. Yeah, this is fine. This is going unopposed, so there's no clashing happening. You can't hit us. Oh.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
It's kind of unfortunate that I haven't used ISHMAEL's
귀와 요격.
well,
끌고 수밖에.
it's kind of unfortunate that I'm completely wasting it. It's okay.
내게 심장이
Zero. Okay. Should be a stagger.
네 상대는 나야.
Okay, so hopefully I actually read that gimmick correctly. And then... yeah, that number goes up to 4. And then you should do an unopposed attack on someone. And then...
미래를 과거와
yeah,
같이.
now the number's already up. Oh my god, flashbang. the world just happened? Every transition. At one stack, retreat at turn and then transition to a different location. Oh god. Okay. I mean, this one seems a whole lot simpler than what I was just dealing with, so... yeah, that works fine. Then you, how much poise do you have? 25. Do this. And then you, do your thing. Oh god. This is like so worrying to look at, but... ridiculous amount of points. How is Bro doing for this? So that's 3. Okay. Sure.
발검. 차단. 귀와 요격.
It's actually crazy having 2 of these ISHMAELs on the same team.
야,
여덟. 앞으로 하나.
Okay, this turn can be... you go there. How close is she to unlock? Close enough. I think the rest of you can just click things on this. Then actually you can go here, then you go here, you go here, you go. Is this stagger? Yeah, it'll stagger. That'll be fine. You go here.
예측할 수 없게.
귀와 요격.
Oh my
균형
god,
상수.
it's so big.
상점. 정민화.
This ID rose way too high now.
과업증 완료.
The only part I'm a little disappointed with is that I thought that N-Corp scene would have some kind of N-Corp taboo hunter as the equivalent, but 2 bosses would be a bit of work to do. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know whether I'm disappointed per se, but yeah, I definitely understand that. Okay. This, okay. What I said does work. Well, it does make sense, I think. Because... now he has 4, which I mean still isn't ideal, because we don't want him at low stacks right now. Yeah. But I mean, it's better than him being here with 4 coin power and everything, and that would be kind of a mess to deal with, so... okay. I just need to get that stack higher. If the target skill is in this defense effect... okay. Sure. I should do this as the first action then. Yeah, I should do that as the first action, otherwise he has way too much coin power. What a unique boss, actually. I think Bro is about to get deleted. I'm not sure though. This is all fine. As long as this is first, it's fine.
발검. 차단.
Well, it doesn't look like Bro is clashing particularly high anyway, but... You know, I did forget that it would convert to unbreakables, but... Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much.
한순간 반짝이는 틈새를 베어 격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
It's so satisfying seeing Furioso go through every single coin.
제한 종료.
대응 완료.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
I didn't even realize that his sanity is so low. His sanity is so low that him being in this state is actually significantly worse for him than
견뎌왔고
being in the other state.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
An angel lost their wings with that last coin miss.
나라이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
Okay. Alright, what is this about? Targets the enemy that has the most bleed, unaffected by Swordplay of the Homeland. Consume poise potency. Oh right, I forgot. He does this if he loses every clash, right? Honestly, I thought it'd be more threatening than it actually is. It's kind of just like not that threatening, if I'm being honest with you. So this is... Wait, but he wants to be low on the thing. Yeah, he wants to be low. So yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would do here is this hypothetical. Well, actually, he's targeting her, so I actually wouldn't do that. Yeah. Yep, sure. Oh right, I missed this one. Oh god, I forgot to wait, do I have to like re-up this while it's already thing, or do I? Okay, no, there's no benefit for re-upping it early, I'm pretty sure. Well, except the fact that I don't have the okay, this is a buff to base attack skills, so it's actually completely fine to let. Well, if I let it run out, then I lose my growing resentment, which is not good. And I guess because I let it run out, like the blade lineage allies also use their buffs. So I shouldn't let it run out like ever, pretty much.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시고.
This is fine though, because this team is full of incredibly balanced identities, which definitely are supposed to be facing an enemy of
이
this level of
순간이
strength.
파도로 베어내리라.
I feel like the 6 fragile is just so overkill, you know? Wait, I actually could have lost that clash if we had any SP to
몰아치는
go.
것을. 처절한 원망.
Oh my god, he clashes so high. Well, that was
숨을 거두리라.
how uncanny. Okay. Just a little more, I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens. But it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zipping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. We make our lives a whole lot easier if we can just get rid of one of them. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exits blocked, I mean, like, we can stop mid-fight to strategize. Battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between Incorp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or him. I can't pronounce this. Who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, IX-2 go cover his back too. It shall be done. Incorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area supposed to nest had alerted Incorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain, trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just like a... yeah. Something tells me the answer is yes. Bring an end to this distortion. Probably not. Strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. Well then. Seems that way to me too. Maybe we can neutralize the distortion at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. How can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Keywords. Which means regardless of where the bright flashes take us, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon entrance to its Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Well, this time we have to figure it out on our own. One of them has to be photographed. Fair enough. Experience. Experiences staining his every trail. It must have brought in relation to what has caused his distortion. The concept alone lacks substance. Something That is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Photograph, canned experience. Naught seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. These kind of film sleeves. Oh, I see. That when he said it before. Mentioning that word shook the distortion equals that rippling effect. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry. Okay. This was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Where'd scraps come from? Okay, that's far more interesting one things. Elsewhere. Take our positive interest to where he's been looking around this area of the town with eye watering the expensive camera in tow so conspicuously that every store owner eyed likely part of information had tales to tell about it. Each tale added another facet to the Lord's saga of one struck man, a man with a can-do attitude, uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residents who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. That went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap in an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, oh my god, he said the thing, the man has lost the grip of fortune and reality. I saw out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. It would be more accurate to say I had heard it in his voice that echoed in its fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in that who had Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting the final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's boundless. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. As Ezra is what I had seen. Then, the gateway to one's fathoms. But to redirect our focus from it, okay, well, this is how these two are gonna end up back here while we do the whole dungeon thing, right? So I managed to disengage and prepared to enter. Several others were busy holding off the ankle employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Detangling such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? More about staying behind. He was... WTF. What a terrible front. Okay, that was pretty good. I just tried to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse is going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordswinger? Not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. The spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It has decided that you're coming with us. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there. Even as the summer break comes to an end, bringing the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. This is like an odd sentence for Ryoshi to be saying. Arayashiki scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework saved. Why did she say this? Okay, sure. This might be one of my favorite things that Ryoshu has ever said. Face the sin, save the ego. It is after all the attitude the company expects of its employees. Alright. You will make a lone stand. I'll show you why team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This team leader back on your days, I can handle that on my own, no problemo. Yeah, I mean, distortion detective, truly. She was handling this every Tuesday. I would see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team movies to handle that. She is indeed setting a solid example. I don't like this, but I seem to have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. I shall take the Vanguard. The entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Okay. Her expression while saying this is crazy. Alright. And so it begins the, what I assume is going to be the node before the final node. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
착수.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. This is S Corp 2, right? This is a crazy visual. What is this? The sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon to escort streets. What greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an escort-themed haunted mansion. Far from more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. I mean, yeah, there's a vibe here. It has like a this nice pagoda type situation here. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of this downtrodden were beset by a thousand woes and tenfold more struggles. The streets they inhabited reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here even had the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms close gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the sky was spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I willed it to be a respite solely mine. Yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga beneath it. A wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Kyong Yo. Are you home? Okay, so there are like some this interesting look, I gotta say. So this is like P, which is one of the factions. This is Sao, which is another one of the factions. Interesting. Are you home? I asked. What strange visitor I have. The vibe is truly so different. Because you don't like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog, really now? I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? The commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how our lowly mercenary fares. You know me? She certainly knows her Jess. Vested in Warshrider armor, yet expects no violence, she wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic Yaksha, yet bears no hostile intent. Does she be, but is born of famed in family, of the famed Im family. You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. This is a very fire piece of writing, I gotta say. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Yeah, she's about to cut you in half. Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? No, not at that precise moment. I wouldn't... That's, yeah, I mean... Honestly, I feel like that was that's like a good bonding moment to me. If somebody started on that with me, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. This is like someone I can be friends with. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. That's also fair. People do find friendships in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. ISHMAEL ID confirmed. Comparing the way I talk to his satsy gotcha digging pun retort. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. But I won't take issue with it. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do no justice. A man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet, with the power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state counselors sworn God at that. So he was a painter, and then he did like a, what would you call it? Like he invoked, I forgot the word for it, but it's like when your family does something wrong and then you have to like pay for it. And then went from the back streets back to like, has basically got back into the nest by being a good swordsman. I merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. I am but a butchering blade that happens to fall into the right hands. Honestly, I mean, it makes sense that he would think that way, right? Because if he is like he feels disgraced by like his family or whatever, then he would naturally be like, the opportunities he's been afforded are probably all that, yeah, basically like all that he has. Just word on the street. You're a quick learner. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Thank you. He does continue to veer away from the line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you into 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and stalking's not very principled. Yeah, I mean, you sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? I've seen outside the line, I couldn't do it. Can't just turn out such offers and kindness, not that I ever do. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin. Fellowships of a close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Yeah, I mean, playing with rocks. Peak hobby, I gotta say. Supjion. Rock tossing. Okay, it's a specific game. It was... Okay. That is a wrong deed, good sir. They did not let their discontent be hidden. Yeah, I mean, I wonder why. Cheered me on to a degree. Okay. Bone, flesh, blood. So he's this, the person that. I don't think we've seen anyone who is this one. Is it a right deed or a deed not right? Salpipio Angro Industries. News to me. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities that necessitated such divisions of labor. 3 quarter circles responsible for different aspects of the industry, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Responsible for meat and livestock. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pupio responsible for meat and livestock. And P in charge of, or Pi in charge of technological aspects of both. As for the persecution that he faced firsthand, it's believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep each other in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable escort. Betrayal looks pale and perfect. Okay, so top of the triangle. Okay. Monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. Rises this adherent of the bone once rice accounts to the toadies to the south, and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. Oh boy. While bone and flesh glued like that, the emaciated dead. You shall claim the severance of flesh and bone. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. Interesting, I guess. Force them both to yield. An oft-heard poem and walk in the streets of Escort. They want people. Rats. Rats? Use a good laugh right about now. When do you clock out? There will be much art made of this character, I am sure. And for good reason. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. And this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Okay. The military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Councilor who was of the P faction. I know not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Bamboo Hide Kim did seem to be like something of a huge deal. Or at least like he could have been if he wanted to be. High-ranking employees of a wing. Well, I was in service of the Right State Councilor, who was a First Ordinance, you know. That might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up as an exile from Escort. There's no home for us but the lineage, but you. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. I did not expect this to be Bamboo Hide Kim lore piece. Though I did expect there to be like some stuff about it, but I thought it was mostly going to be like how he's handling things going forward more than like a full-on lore drop. Okay, I'm gonna be so for real. I never read these, but I will click through them. I mean, wind, the path that smells of blood, the Kim can, like, unironically, yes. Like, that's I feel like that's basically what's happening here. He even got a capstone, basically. The path loud with the sound of that. Yeah, I mean, sure. Just how many people are fighting there? There may be a battle underway. Oh yeah, I got the thing. Amazing. Yeah, sure. The escort stuff is nicely set up with some more district lore. Yeah, I agree. I think it's pretty cool. Let's go with you. Yeah.
알고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
It's partially because I like the mechanics of the boss, but I also like the
좀
person whose
귀엽다.
name I already forgot. Oh my god.
그래.
I can actually press
이번
sprint
전투는
rate.
잘
Amazing.
어떤가요?
I haven't pressed sprint rate in so long. Actually, it's been like an hour and a half since I pressed sprint rate, but it's okay. Yeah, I think it's quite nice to well, actually, I think what I was saying was I like the character with the boss person with the big bow and the big sword. I think the design is really neat. I also like the fight, so
발검. 차단.
I mean, her dialogue's pretty cool. Well, I mean, her dialogue's pretty funny. Oh my gosh, wins clashes. I should have done the thing.
귀와 요격. 몸을 앞돌굴 수밖에.
Alright, let me press bar.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
귀와 요격. 함수.
Why is this coin unbreakable?
몸을 앞돌굴 수밖에.
이 심장이
Ooh,
잠깐 저리 돼.
귀와 요격. 몸을 앞돌굴 수밖에.
this ISHMAEL ID seems like excessively powerful. I'm like I don't know whether she's like exactly on the level of some of the more recent ones, but I feel like she just is. Like she doesn't have like that many damage multipliers in her kit, like compared to some of the other IDs, but I'm just like I don't know, she is putting up crazy amounts of extra skills. And it's like it's a 5 coin extra skill.
좋아해.
Alright, let's see what this is about. Excuse me. I get some unbreakables like full stop Honglu having the add coin B1, but why do some? Honestly, it's very curious to me because I feel like PM doesn't like unbreakables for enemies make sense. Unbreakables for IDs doesn't make sense in like the vast majority of cases, I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, I don't get it in most of the time. Interesting.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Oh my god, I pressed win rate again.
이건 점점 잘 맞지만 진짜인지 봐야.
감명 확보. 이연.
시연합니다.
단수가 이어졌다면
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
Wait, did I miss? Oh, he's like right there. This enemy design is improving a lot, but its IDs are a bit too strong. Newish has so much in her kit too. Yeah, she's like
귀와 요격 삼수
she can do assist defense every turn and seemingly a 5-coin skill every 2 turns. But while doing assist defense every turn. So she's like clashing 2 slots while doing 5-coin skills. Which is like, I mean, it's interesting for sure that we got to that, but I think it's like, I guess it's like kind of fine because, I don't know, like eventually it gets to a point with like if they design the enemies like, it's like, how would I put it? Like if the enemy design gets good enough, it kind of like ceases to matter how insane some of these IDs are. Because it's not like, for the most part, it's not like IDs have gimmicks which let them skip boss gimmicks. It's kind of the only ID I felt like where it's like their gimmick is like overriding what the boss is doing is kind of like House of Spiders Ryoshu, where it kind of feels like you could just do whatever you want. But outside of that, I feel as if they designed the fight to be challenging and unique enough, then you kind of have to play the fight as intended, usually. So it's kind of fine that the IDs are getting really strong, but it is kind of like weird when you play these normal fights that aren't demanding like actual strategy or anything, and it's just like they're just putting out insane numbers, and it's kind of weird. Like, why does she have this much poise on turn 3? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I don't understand what happened for her to have this much poise. And like, she's just gonna have this. Yeah, it's insane.
눈보라 떨굴 수밖에 귀와 요격 겨냥 삼수 눈보라 떨굴 수밖에 눈보라 떨굴 수밖에
Yeah, I mean, maybe IX-2 is like the lost nurse father, the nurse father of the 6th finger.
배우는 원망도 여
결정. 해군. 좋아해. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
그려낸 대로
Oh my god, he's claiming bones. He's so cool. Alright, what we're looking at here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. My bad. Well, I'm 2 out of
이번에
3
읽어줄
on
동화책은
bad
이것으로.
picking bad options. I'm just worried about past IDs falling behind if content matches the new IDs and find people making strong teams if they want to. Yeah, it's kind of just, oh, I feel like how would you say it? Like the bottle has been uncorked for old IDs falling behind. Like even disregarding stuff like Malfaust, right? When it got to Rien Sang, it was like, I it's just hard to imagine that. I, I mean, mm, yeah, I mean, it's just hard to imagine that they're just not gonna keep on making IDs that are like absolutely ridiculous. I can only hope that they make IDs that are ridiculous and like they are like I think New Ishmael, for example, she's like crazy, obviously, but at least she's like crazy in like a way that hasn't really been done as of yet. So like that's kind of like cool. But I feel like Rien Sang was like he's just numbers. Like his numbers are huge, and like it's just ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, I can only imagine like what kind of IDs we're going to be getting next year or like the year after. They, I mean, the year after we're going to be on like what Canto 12 by then, or I think we'll be done with Faust Canto by then. So yeah, I mean, Gesellschaft, the Gesellschaft Administrator Faust, gonna be casually rolling 40s. Like, who knows at this point? Same morose pitch we had heard before. Enter. I have been here before. Had peeked into my memories when I had distorted, did you? It's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. That sound effect was booming. Incredibly high quality, I gotta say. Some had their torso split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly tell which parts belonged to who. The retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councillors nowhere killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the state, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Swan King's Fathom, that's like were adorned with the same logo. So why are calling them assassins? Showman power is ironclad. Was once a United State Councilor with chief councillors because he was sought to build for a private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. They are prohibited in our homeland. I have a great house. The H Corp had their own armies. That is similar to what's happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. Oh. how many of them they had seen. Let this be my final act of loyalty, ere I depart from this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. This line goes so hard, it's unbelievable. The aura on display here. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the Counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. I see you've been hard at work. I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Day and night in service of royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. This unsightly display of anger shames us all. The cruelty of your damning words is no oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Quantabelius? Quantamelius? I just be learning new words all the time in Limbus. Found this. The revered left state councillor who had long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day he wrote on the letter. Yet a tragedy has struck. Brand by this villain. Another villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. Huh? Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. This is crazy. Apex Blade of the Homeland is like a excessively cool title. Yeah, I mean, valid crash out. Oy, oy, oy. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of the, I'm just gonna call it the Cloud Blade, because I have no clue how to say this. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. What, so it's like something that they can put on them and then over time it like saps their strength? I guess that makes sense why he said before that like he's like not as good with the sword as he used to be. Suck my hands with an executioner's duty. There is no path forward. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game is lost, you will start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. I have the Royal Court's backing as its military commissioner. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. The amount of one-liners in this canto is like, it's too much. It's actually just hitting different. But yeah, I quite like this character. She's quite like her discussions with Vampire Kim are engaging, I guess. But to me, it's as small as 3. I feel like she's dead though. To back you up when the time comes. Build your strength beyond the walls of Escort, yet beware of relying over much on foreign powers. Be whatever you want to be. Yeah, fair. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distinct humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire, and those in the attire of the blade lineage one by one leapt over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening balance. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression the person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable, and they must be after. Yeah. Kim believes that if the blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. I mean...
너무 귀엽다.
Alright.
그래. 이번 전투를 잘 마치면
I'm feeling
칭찬해주겠어.
very win rate today. Okay, I'm not feeling that win rate. Why do you have so little HP?
된다면 사활을 건너. 육참.
그 슬픈 눈빛 저꾸리야 너무 유쾌하게 그댄 선택해줬으니
결정 해봄 초월 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Alright, you go there, you go there, you go there. That's probably fine. This is fine. That works. That works.
발광 차단.
Hitting all tails there is crazy work, but it's okay.
제 살을 베어내고
단단히 포기하지 마시게. 오롯한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿아도록 베어낼 것.
미래를 과거와 같이
발광 차단.
I like he has different animations than the bamboo haiku might do. I feel like he like flourishes his sword more. Alright, what's this though? Point them in the wrong direction. Yeah, you can do it. For a Bonka, it would be kind of cool if we got an ID for the boss girl. I can't remember her name. Yeah, I don't remember either, but
묘수로
I would actually quite like that. Especially if it had her gimmick of like she has a stance switch thing. I don't know how they would adapt that for an ID, but because for the boss it's like it switches every number of turns.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
But yeah, I actually do expect that to happen. It'll probably be an ID that we get. As for who it will be though, no clue. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Wait, this actually.
예측할 수 없게.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿아도록 베어낼 것.
좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
감상은 어떤가요?
대행 완료.
Honestly, maybe for the book arc,
검문 확보.
by then, Bamboo had him
검의 길에
power crept yet again.
가까이.
So, wait, actually, does his ego have an uptype 5? I actually don't have any idea. I assume that it doesn't have an uptype 5, so I guess that it would get an uptype 5 when the book arc comes around. Alright, what's this gonna be about?
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
Like prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Who will be waiting? Yeah. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. About such a monstrous boss. Appear as that monster does. No. What's not like that? Salpipio Agro Industries. What a mouthful of a name. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer flowing down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bends and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to the wind, carrying me back to Escorp, whence I had fled. I let the blade sing my inner thoughts. You think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is? We'll get another Kim Kanto / Intervallo a year later, clearly, where he gets a Vav ego or something to keep him afloat. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. He's like, his main character status is being, like they're confirming his main character status here. As it goes against my principles, I expect to better from someone of your wiles. Then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well, the law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I'm sorry that I can't say your name because you're really cool, but Second Ordinate of the Salpipio Agro Industries, Official of the Sword, and Military Commissioner to the Royal Court shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Alright, the actual version of this fight. Alright, this is it. Okay, that is it's very nice to see that they are 9 slots, huh? I'm expecting. Okay, this is definitely different than what it was before, so let's actually read it. Gain or lose 2 depending on which one she is. Bear Hunt gains, this loses, so turn start, she gets it now. In a turn when this unit equipped NP skill, this unit will not be affected by the stack, and she will reset it to 5 the next turn. So her NP skill turn is probably like a just clash it with your ego skill. Okay. Lost all clashes from 2 turns in a row. So I should let her win clashes. Well, every once in a while. I mean, it's gonna happen anyway with Ishmael. Rutnam, Bamboo Hide, Kim. Alright, sure. Alright, so right now I want the stack to be low, which means I literally just need to win the clash against them, which is simple enough. Now, which of these can I afford to take unopposed? Oh, I don't have to take any of them unopposed after all. Yep, assist units. So actually, just do the thing. You. That's fine. Go there. Then you go there. Actually, I'm going to do that. Oh.
발검. 차단.
I think this fight might need like one more gimmick, honestly. But to see how it pans out, there is potential.
숨을 거두리라.
I should have brought the team.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 보다
Yoshi's VA is like so good though.
결정, 해금, 초월, 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Okay, what is this? At 7+? Well, he's not at 7+. That's lovely. Okay, I just need to keep it as low as possible. Yeah, it's fine. You I kind of don't want to use assist defense. Actually, if I use assist defense, no, I actually don't want to. Let's go through. And I'll do this then. Then you go into here. You go into. Yeah. Oh yeah, you have a bunch of voice count because of. Okay, let's go. Alright.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 발진나를
50% heal on everything is kind of crazy, by the way. Wait, no, it's actually, wait, no, it's 10% heal, but it's up to 50% of max, so it's actually not as crazy. But well, so far this boss is like kind of a punching bag, even though the ideas are cool. So I wonder what the reflect trial is going to be like. I might make a video on the reflect trial one if it's good. Well, I might make one if it's bad too. So
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
미래를 과거와 같이
alright, let's see. 5 paralyzed, by the way. Very normal and balanced identity. You. So basically, I want the stack to increase now, but at the end of the turn, that's when I want it to increase. Oh, she's not using the thing, so I actually can't get it to increase. Unless I let go unopposed, and then again, she'll gain 2. Which would be good for me. Because she's at 1 speed, it's even better for me, because that's always going to be the last thing. It's always the enemy with the most bleed. Who doesn't have bleed? Otis doesn't have bleed. Oh right, I forgot to oh god. Why is this clashing so high? What am I missing? What? Why is this clashing so? What? Excuse me?
말해주지 않아도
Oh, she's
이미
level
허점을
55. Okay, yeah. I was like,
오제트의
why
눈은
is it? Okay, yeah, sure.
아군의 방어 취약점을 놓치지 않지.
Actually, I'm gonna do this. Yeah. This is fine. That's fine. I should probably start, no, I can't do that because of assist defense. I'll do this. I like the look of this as a play. Yeah, I like that. Oh, right, Dawn. You go there, then you go.
그려낸 대로.
Five paralyzed really is just so crazy.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
I should probably start implementing some measures to actually start doing some damage to this boss though.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고 여섯째
미리 경계를 살피고 있었죠.
Alright, let's see. Oh, right, if I... Okay. That makes sense. Okay. This doesn't ever go on a cooldown. If you keep winning clashes against her, she keeps using it. Yo, his aura is out of control. But, okay, so you can go into that. What is this? Clash win. This skill always flips. Hits critically and does not consume poise count. If the main target has 10 plus bleed, inflict 8 bleed counts. So that's like a lose the game button if I let it hit. Alright, sure. And I need to make sure to increase the stacks of this. Yeah, I need to make sure to increase the stacks of that. Well, it actually should be before this, so let me do it here. And then this. That's surprisingly simple. That's also pretty simple. That's also pretty simple. Yeah, that's fine.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't let you actually build your flesh. I mean, yeah, sorry I didn't let you build your flesh, but... Yeah, I quite like the gimmick of this fight. It's like controllable enough. I think this. Hopefully, the Reflectile has like a little bit more pressure because I mean, this is just like if you read what they do, it's like pretty simple to like.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
Yeah, it's like pretty simple to make sure that like nothing bad happens. Also, her SP like tanks ridiculously, so.
숨이 다하도록 베어낼 것.
Alright.
대응 완료.
That is a little bit more damage than I expected, honestly. That would definitely delete my entire team if I actually let
완료.
like it go through normally.
숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
Okay.
뜻을 해금하겠네.
I do believe this fight ends on this turn.
오젝트의 눈으로
For no reason in particular, I just have a feeling. Okay, let me that 5, which is kind of like fine. I can let both of these go unopposed. Where is its health? Oh god. Okay, I guess the bleed management of this fight is probably going to be a bigger factor in the Reflect trial. And then you're going to have to intentionally lose some clashes in order to make sure that she doesn't just use this every turn and then like Our IDs are like ruined. You can go there. Go here. Actually, I think you should go this. Oh wait, I should actually clash this early because otherwise I won't be able to stagger. And then you go here, you go here, you go here, and yeah, this is probably fun. Him and IX-2 probably won't be there, but yeah, even with the worst team, it probably feels just like a bit more to consider with best. Yeah, I mean, from a damage, well, I'm pretty sure like the only thing that IX-2 and Kim are adding for me right now is that they're just doing like damage, but it kind of just, yeah, I mean, the turns kind of just feel like pretty simple, I guess. And I don't think damage is ever an issue these days for whatever reason. I don't know. I kind of just feel like yeah, I think your point on IDs being pretty strong just means that they're really forced to make fights that have like really like gimmicks that force you to actually play the gimmick, because if you don't, you just play House of Spiders Ryoshu, you play Riensang, and it's like the fight is like not a fight anymore because they just do so much damage that like, I imagine like somebody left a comment on one of the videos that I made that they were doing I think it was Yinglong they were doing with 2-star IDs, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably like, it probably makes the fight like a lot more interesting if you don't have a reasonable amount of damage, or if you don't have like a modern ID level of damage. So I'm like, Anyway, I mean, the reflection will probably be interesting. The ones so far have been suitably difficult, I would say. She's not as powerful as her pool, yet weighed down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. Yeah, everyone else is just bloodied up. They appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him, seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away. Might have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though. Oh, that was you. Did Yinglong with Tremor 2 stars like Encore done? Yeah, I think that was the one that I read before. I got like a significantly more comments than I expected to get on the last couple of videos, so I wasn't, well, I'm not keeping track of names and such. But yeah, I think doing Yinglong with 2 stars, for one, this sounds like incredibly crazy, but also, it probably makes the fight like, I think Yinglong's an interesting fight anyway. I think for a fight like the one that I just did with this lady, I think like doing that with 2-star IDs would be quite interesting compared to what I just went through, which was an excessive amount of damage getting done over the course of like a couple of turns. The duel between a mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner at escort. It's a neck-to-neck clash up. Clash of the clash. 2 warriors eventually lock blades in the contest. It becomes to a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that's what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. IX-2 left between them. really so ashamed that you would choose death over life? Were you so scared to live that you would rather die? IX-2 has been so good in this canto, honestly. Actually, like, ascended through the rankings. It's like in my top 10 characters. Well, the bus team is like the top 12, but, you know, like, top 10 outside of the bus team. No good beds. It makes it more like a puzzle in my opinion, but it takes a few retries, so I wouldn't blame anyone for not handicapping themselves that much. Yeah, I think maybe like 2 stars is like a bit much for most people, but I think like no modern IDs, for example, like like a Pokemon format kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, anything above a certain level of power, you just don't use it, and then the fights start becoming like quite interesting. As though my path is haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to just afford like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I'd gone. Isn't it time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. IX-2's best development was the haircut change. Perhaps true. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. You were here to taught me to keep on living, yet your words paid me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant barking of yours. We all have. You truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all of your levity was a means of relieving yourself all the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders. None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. My mentor, I know not what shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. IX-2 is so peak. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambler. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from this simple game of stones and become a fiend in blades. That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. IX-2 and person were knocked away from bamboo hat and Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. It was his aura, by the way, that knocked them away. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there. A hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that pleased finally into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I had the opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let's play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He isn't distorted. isn't distorting. I think that's... What? Yo, what? Nothing is for certain indeed. Yeah, this is actually the Kim Kanto. What? There's no way. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yeah, I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you, I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates. He really did, I mean, when you're talking to Carmen, you get a force field around you, but it was basically his aura. So, she readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live, and I suppose you'll be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze this hat I wore, an empty boat it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, drift from shore to shore. With wine I donned my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doffed that shroud to the moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, bro, we really are gonna get another bamboo hat and Kim ID in this. There's no way. Though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. I had this in mind when discussing the discourse earlier, but the Kim aura journey, it really is legendary. I could not have expected what we were gonna get. I to me, bamboo hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious in character. I am he who has mentored in the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo Hatted Kim. Oh my god, he's so auraful. It's oh my, it's unbelievable. Bamboo Hatted King. Honestly, Bamboo Hatted King is the perfect thing to call him. The trees of this branch. Amazing. The fearlessness to keep on living, 40% seed of light progress. When you find out your goat still has it. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past, and the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, remains as a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking in the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photograph who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Everything in your lives, all of this, is just an empty means to an end. Just an empty means to an end so you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can. If that's all your life is, then my life, the photographs I've taken are all No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot, the memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing that I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Masso's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Masso? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. What I knew was that distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Masso. Experiences and memories aren't the same thing. Experience and memories aren't the same thing. I'm not smart enough to grasp what is being said here. So canned experiences are just... Well, canned experiences and photographs are just memories, and those aren't experiences. And experiences are something else. And that something else is what? I wonder. A figure materializes into a human form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. Next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's alive either. An overlay of the fathoms created within a distorted space, the concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint as she grew, it must be that the distortion's power is waning. Mark accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Trinacans of the Sao Pipio agro industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Sao Pipio agro industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be part of a reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Well, I mean... It was illegal. Unfortunate, but... Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside of it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed. But as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. She is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the ground, the shape slowly phases up to reality. We find ourselves back in the projection room, and there... No way, don't tell me the headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the doctographer. Well then. It's time for some discussions. Tier list soon. Alright, gotcha, team leader. That's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Commended us in a relieved voice. Will that not cause trouble? The distortion has perished in the mission. It's not like you guys could help it. We would have thought that the distortion would kill its own in a inflection point. The repeat offender is just topping the charts again. It's pretty hard for her not to, honestly. If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared to stop it, but... Well, as for the LCD and the team leader to investigate, all in all this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our clients. Also, I less concerned that she had been earlier. Bad to know you don't seem to have any more reason to though, so it's all good. Looking for a place to die, really. I remember watching a tier list stream back when like Kanto 5 came out. I wonder what one would look like now. It'd be like the top tier of the like House of Spiders Ryoshu, Malfaust, and then like a Gap, and then everyone else. Well, I think this ISHMAEL ID, I don't know, I haven't really tested her because I only wrote her like right before this, but she looks kind of ridiculous as well, so yeah, it's really just gonna be like every ID from this season in like the top tier, and then Malfaust also, and then a Gap, and then everyone else. Let me list out the top tier: House of Spiders, House of Spiders, House of... Yeah, I mean... House of Spiders Oath is also like a ridiculous idea. I swear I'm never doing one of these without a team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. We got stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. Her brows finally relaxed, thinking the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Let's put an empty tier atop all this for when Kanto 10 comes out to be safe. I can't imagine what what kind of nonsense it's going to be. Like when you think about what was happening in Kanto 9, right? We're fighting nurse fathers, like high-ranking officers of every finger. How is it possible that we're going to get that things are going to get more crazy in Kanto 10? Like Kanto 11 I can imagine because that's Otis, and like Otis is like anything could happen there, but like what could even be going on in Musou's Kanto for this to be appropriate? We will find out in like 2 months, I guess. Okay, is that understood? Mental. IX-2, would you mind releasing the hems on my sleeve? Oh, I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. It seemed to me that the two were back to more relaxed selves I knew. Because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. You've given me a good, I mean hard shake. I don't feel so good. I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. Oh yeah, she is like part cyborg now. Allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, executive manager, our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Yeah, just spin the clock. Rotated my entire arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Alright. I can rewind that. I've really grown used to the pain of rewinding as soon as injuries. Dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. A clarification if thou will. Pinframe team, the foes were taking photographs of us. And those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated taboo, forsooth. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Without taking photographs to report their locations. Is taboo meaning they can't install security cameras, their only way of keeping consistent record of when tracking down a case is by photographs? Yeah, most puzzling forsooth. He had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. A question from Maso. How to phrase the questions the right way and pull answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen, prepare an SS tier, maybe an SSS tier for good measure. We'll have to prepare an EX tier for Maso's ID. Hey, as people say, he's going to have an ID where he's literally the sun. Do you remember how many pictures the NCorp staff took? I do, 56 times. You actually remember the exact number of times they show us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action, so did you get a chance to see which one of us got most photographs taken? I did. Okay. Okay. Who is it? I make for a fine model if I do say it myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Yeah. But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunching on their boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? NCorp. Are you here because I beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It's as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides customer damage compensation program and such. Do you do what now? Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. We fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for the damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on definite business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Oh god, Maso's about to get arrested. Different business? Oh god. What did you do? First sinner that's actually a sinner? Oh no. Hold on, Maso, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Did not resist, he walked past us and joined the group of NCorp employees. Please confirm that you are Maso, formerly one who nails and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisif headquarters. Sisifi? Headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from NCorp with imprisonment as penalty for non-compliance. Huh? Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in NCorp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirm. Oh my god. Very well. In keeping with the regulations, I think Sisyphe is a bit on the nose as a reference to his book's author. How absurd. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, I see. I actually don't have much knowledge on the literary references besides like knowing like the general and like I guess what some people have told me on them. But I think like maybe after like the first 12 cantos are done, I will probably start looking into the books more. Yep. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I'm required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Well, I mean, did you know this would happen? I mean, of course he did. handcuffed, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Why did you warn? I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward. Yes, I would. The subject is now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to NCORP headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? You are about to antagonize NCORP, a wing. In the absence of reasonably justifiable cause, such as the contract, engaging in battle with the cities. I mean, Faust should have also known, like, on paper. I guess it was just like, Faust probably wasn't allowed to say it. Because it's part of, like, his, like, the prerequisites for, like, his canto. But we're supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information. Oh, no, she actually just didn't know. Well, then, that's, yet another development that was set in stone. Okay, so it was both part of the flow and Faust also just didn't know, or she would have done something about it. No, this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at corpse employees. You are about to antagonize a wing. The many NCORP bodies we left behind. It's fine. The price of a life in this universe is like 5 cents at most. It's fine. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Maso into custody. He looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. This is not subtle. Maso, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Oh god, it's about to end there, isn't it? Oh god, it really did just end there. Alright. Well then. That was great. I really like that. I loved the IX-2. I mean, IX-2 is just the best. Bamboo Hide Kim is Bamboo Hide King. Who knew? And then directs it up into Maso's Kanto. Cool. And some interesting, like, philosophy from Maso. Like, subjectivity. And, like, I mean, the value of a subjective or objective view. The difference between memories and experience. But definitely a question that's like too high IQ for me. I should pick you up, huh?
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Alright. So. So this ID is like definitely broken. Like there's just no way that this ID is not broken. Yeah, I mean, that's really like all that Hai Honk Shnu. I've read his book, but can't really tell what will occur. Good setup for it, though. I see. Yeah, I've heard that like a lot of the Kanto events feel like they're like inspired, but they are only inspired. Like the actual events of the Kanto are very different than what you might expect. But yeah, that's really all that I had planned, and I have been here for almost 6 hours, which, I mean, I should have expected given the length of
심야 업무를 진행하는 협회원을 위해
like previous intervalos, but usually I just do these things. Well, I normally do intervalos in one sitting anyway, so I figured I might. I figured I might as well just stream it, since I am doing content things now. So why not, right? Most are. Some are more accurate, like Canto 5, some less, like 9. Yeah, I can't imagine there was a book written that was similar to the events of Canto 9. That would have been very interesting, I guess. So, yeah, I guess I'm going to end the stream. Next video, I'm aiming to get out by Sunday. The topic is hopefully of some interest. But yeah, I've been working on it for a little bit. And I mean, hopefully, like, the editing is better. I feel like, well, the editing has already come a long way. I've been looking at other, like, video essay channels to, like, figure out how to do things slightly better than reading over a web page. So yeah, I've been learning the ropes on, like, editing and all that stuff, which I'm sure you guys have noticed. Yeah. Hopefully at some point I can also get a better mic and stop speaking into a headset mic. That'd be, like, really cool, I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, really good intervallo. Really good ID. Nice that I got her in 10 pulls. And besides that, I guess I will bow out now. So thank you all for attending. Thank you for being active in the chat and whatnot. Made things a lot easier. Well, I mean, it's easy anyway because there's stuff to read. Obviously, people to talk to is always quite nice when you're doing the streaming thing, I imagine. So yeah, that will be all, and I will see you guys. Well, honestly, I'm not gonna have, like, a streaming schedule or anything for, like, a while, I imagine, but you know, I will stream when there's good things to stream, and then maybe at some point I will have, like, an actual schedule for, like, booting up stuff, even though I have no clue why I would boot up for a Limbus stream. But yeah, anyway, yeah, thank you guys. See you guys around. Goodbye.